this meeting to order. Ask you to please rise on invocation and remain standing for the pledge to the American flag. Father, again, we give you thanks for giving us this privilege and opportunity to come together and do business for this great county. We pray for your wisdom, we pray for your guidance in all things that are considered this evening. Help us to do those things which are best for each and every citizen, knowing, Father, that we can never please everyone, but give us that ability to do the best that we can. In Jesus' name we ask it. Amen. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everybody, for coming this evening. This is getting to be about as big a crowd as I've seen out here for a while. All right. First item of business, consideration of a resolution to approve the agenda. Questions, additions, or subtractions? I'll call for them.
Make a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
Second. Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So carried. Next item, consideration to approve the minutes of the February 11th, 2014 special call meeting and the minutes of the February 18th, 2014 commissioners meeting.
Mr. Chairman, on page number 3 at the top of the page, it says Vice Chairman Floyd made a motion. You already got that? Oh, anyway, it should be Steve Mason made the motion.
Which one are we on?
Third page at the top.
Of which?
The new, the regular commissioner.
Of the regular?
Yeah.
Third page at top.
Yes.
Vice Chairman Floyd should be.
That should be Steve Mason. That was in the It's each department more road for Nacy and Ariel Morrow.
It would be normal in that district, but I don't remember. I didn't know.
If you remember, we had a lot of discussion of where that particular parcel was.
One place, anyway.
If it was listed wrong.
Yeah, one of them had the third.
That's right.
One had the first bid.
It was.
Yeah.
One had the third, one had first bid.
Do you recall what you made that?
I don't remember. I don't, so that has to be checked.
I can't vote
But
it, but I'll know for sure.
But it's still wrong as far as not the vice chairman.
That's right.
Either way, one way.
You're just commissioner.
So anyway, I just thought I'd bring that to your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Walker.
Okay. So without objection, this hasn't happened before, but I think let's review the tape and make those corrections, and we'll bring that up for approval at our next meeting.
Next meeting right at the end of this one, we can check it. We can check
Yeah.
it later.
She said we
Yeah,
end
we
it.
We
can,
can do
yeah.
it at the end of this one.
All right. So without objection, we'll move it to the end, and we will check it, bring that back up later. All right. Public comments, ask that they be limited to the agenda items only. And it should be noted that all correspondence for this meeting are all meetings located in the clerk's office and on the Board of Commissioners website. We have an appearance schedule for 5:30, which we will come back to. On our consent agenda for this evening, first item is consideration to approve the release of fire fees as submitted by the fire department. Second item, consideration to approve the second reading of an application by Charles Hodges to rezone 6.07 acres located at 151 Reed Street from AR1 to AR2, map number 329, parcel number 20 in the 1st District. Third item, consideration to approve the second reading of an application by Effingham County to rezone 1 acre located at 1851 Hodgeville Road from AR1 to B2, map number 435, parcel number 39 in the 2nd District. Fourth item, consideration to approve the second reading of an application by Effingham County for Thomas Brinkman to rezone 5.66 acres located at 2878 Highway 17 North from AR1 to AR2, map number 268, parcel number 22 in the 3rd District. That's not correct.
Which one is this?
That item number 4, I just noticed it when I read it. Application by Effingham County for Thomas Brinkman.
That's
That's
correct.
correct.
Yeah.
That is correct?
Mhm.
Okay.
That's correct.
That's your fire station.
That's where we put the fire station.
Gotcha. Okay, all right.
I make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
We got a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So carried. To tell y'all what was throwing me is the item that Effingham County rezoned in Hodgeville is not listed here.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's correct.
There's two.
Yeah, it's second, item number 3 in the consent agenda. Yeah.
Item number 3, yeah,
I got
it's
you.
Hodgeville.
We're just testing this tonight.
I guess so. Either that or I didn't take my smart bill. All right. First item under old business, consideration to enter into an agreement with the city of Rankin to operate Rankin Fire Station number 4 on Blue Jay Road. This was previously tabled from our February 18th meeting. And item number 2 under old business is the consideration to authorize me, the chairman, to sign a resolution authorizing the city of Rankin to annex certain property into the city limits of Rankin. Also being tabled, these items I think we need to discuss in unison because they're connected in that agreement, so. Anybody want to have anything to say? I see the mayor and city manager for Rankin is here.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know if there's anything you want me to add from the last meeting. Nothing's changed from the last time it was before you. I believe last time, Rankin was gonna have a little further dialogue with their council as to the amount of acreage. I believe that question's been answered by them. They're still requesting the same as the original request, still stands. Yeah, I'll be glad to answer any questions, but I don't, unless the board has any, I think we've been over this on multiple occasions at this point.
And the 2 items are still connected.
Yes, sir.
One is contingent on the other.
Yes, correct. Nothing has changed from last meeting, as far as the request. It's the exact same request.
Leslie, would you or the mayor want to have anything to say?
I'd be glad to try to answer any questions for you.
Well, the board, the last time, I think you were snow skiing, I've seen you since then and told you I'm happy to see you still able to
Be
walk.
back in one piece.
The mayor, when the commission asked to go back to your council and ask if they would consider wanting to annex only like 5 acres where the fire station was sitting. And it's my understanding at this point, you have a majority on your council that still wants to annex the whole tract of land.
Yes, sir. The tract of land hadn't even been subdivided yet, so that would just be another slow down the process. We do own all 60 acres. We're not sure what part we'll sell, what part we'll keep, how we want it zoned, and being able to control that acreage is important to the city council. Particularly when we don't see that it impacts the revenues or the service responsibilities of either the city or the county in any fashion. And once again, I'll just real quickly reiterate, With this agreement and annexation, we're going to improve fire service, we're going to improve the ISO, we're going to save residents money, we're going to save the county and city money. This is all going to happen very, very quickly, which is something we couldn't do without working together. So, we still think it's a good opportunity for us to work together, and 60 acres or 5 acres shouldn't be material to the decision, I feel, from the commission.
The one thing that I'm sorry, can I ask a question? The one thing that I forgot to be sure that I had a good understanding about was that the road section, if we end up allowing the full annexation, then what do we need to do about get some kind of wording on the agreement so that we can include that road if we make that change?
I've told the council they'd be willing to deed that road to you without any additional cost. We talked about doing a little swap whenever the other road closed. You can pick up some acreage right there, be about the same thing, but we would give that portion to you as the feeling of the council.
Does that take care of if we change the way the road runs?
Well, my concern is then that road is going through the city limits of Rankin, and it's not under the control of the county. It becomes a city of Rankin road.
Nothing needed to you.
Just like a private owner then the county owns it, so you still have full
I mean,
ownership.
we can deed the road to you where you can control it and do whatever you want to with it.
The county can own property inside the city.
Sure, I mean, that wouldn't affect you how you do the road. It'd be your road, you can do what you want to. I've already talked to you about the possibility, if you need a little extra, if you got into it and saw that the curve wasn't quite right, you needed something else, we could certainly go back and continue to work together and help the county, because that's good for the whole area, so.
Well, Wesley, for the record, and I'm trying to let everybody know how I think, even though I don't get to vote. I do believe that it was a good spirit of cooperation on the fire station. I think that was a good thing. I think it was going to be good for Rankin. I think it was going to be good for Effingham. It was pushing us ahead on a schedule of spending money, but I was for that. I mean, personally, I think the good far outweighed spending the money quicker than what we had anticipated spending money for a fire station.
It does.
The annexation throws a curve in it, and I've told you privately that I am not for non-contiguous. That's just for me. I would still push to get this done as for myself if we can limit the scope of that annexation. But I might be blind, but I just see that as being an issue that has things that we would have to overcome. So I was hoping your council would come back and say, fine, let's cut out 5 acres for that fire station and we can get this thing done. And, it's still a vote of this board, so you may still.
I haven't heard any
how I feel.
Right. And Mr. Chairman, I haven't heard any issues, related to the 60 acres that you would have the 5 or 60. There's no road issues, there's no service delivery issues, there's no revenues or expenditure costs. So, spatialization, I'm with you, except in the case where there's mutual benefit, mutual support for higher services at a better cost. It's just one of those rare occasions where that's the fact.
But the fire station, I agree, is a good idea. We need a fire station in that area. Whether or not the county goes ahead and moves forward with building a station on its own, or does this deal with the city. The deal with the city, I was on the line, I can see the benefit. We've got the 1 year out. I'm okay with that. And I'm not saying this is what is happening, okay? This is what could happen. Suppose the city of Rankin has a deal with the Acme Waste Company, and the Acme Waste Company needs 60 acres to do a landfill. Now, we would have 60 acres owned by the city in the middle of the county that would be a landfill out in the middle of the county somewhere. Now, I'm not accusing that. I'm just saying those are the types of things that can be a problem, not knowing what you're going to do with it. If it was, the property was, the 60 acres was going to be for a sewer treatment plant, all right, we know what that is. But it being where it could possibly be sold for anything, the potential problems are huge in that. And I agree, contiguous annexation, I'm okay with that. If that's what the folks want to do, then fine. But an island of 60 some odd acres out there, that's not reasonable. And now, if, because the two are tied together, I wouldn't be in favor of that.
You gotta remember, 30%
And
of
also,
it's, half of it's wetland, so there's no waste
And
treatment.
I'm saying, I said that, I gave that disclaimer.
Yeah.
One thing I'd like to say with regard to that is Effingham County Commission voted by majority to take approximately 1,500 acres of land in my district and blanket zone it industrial with no plan on it. So we've opened ourselves up to all kinds of situations as far as that goes. So the 60 acres compared to that 1,500,
We're not talking about zoning, we're talking about annexation.
I
it's
understand.
different.
Yeah, trust me that I understand that there's a difference between zoning and annexation, but we gave a blanket approval for industrial for 1,500 acres. So while they might not be able to bring a sanitation site there, they can put almost anything in there. That was without a plan, so.
If
I
we're
got my thoughts on
concerned,
this also, and I'll tell you what they are. The annexation of property Blue Jay Road by the city of Rankin would create an island, that's the first thing. This annexion would give the city of Rankin the ability to annex contiguous property under 4 different basic methods, which you know, which all of them. There's 4 different things you can do it. In other words, when you annex that 66 acres, a year from now, you could annex anything you wanted to, because you'd be contiguous to it.
Only if the property owners wanted it.
Pardon?
Only if property owners wanted it. We can't go out and
Well,
introduce it.
there's 4 different ways, but we won't get into that. One's a 6%, one's 100%, one's through voting on it, the citizens, and the other one's through amendment of the legislation. It's chartered in the city of Franklin. And anyway, to prevent additional annexation of unincorporated land by the city of Rankin not desired by Effingham County, the county would be forced to appeal the annexation. And that's what we were talking about. Through annexation, the municipality can bring the residential, business, and vacant properties adjacent to its boundaries to the city limits. By doing so, all or some of the county's urban, commercial, or undeveloped areas may be brought under the jurisdiction of a city. The Effingham County Board of Commissioners should be aware that there may be significant negative consequences to county residents whenever annexation occurs. These consequences may include losses by the county, disruptions of inadequate delivery of services, and the undermining of land use plans that have been developed with unincorporated residents' input and support. So if we let you annex that property, y'all can do whatever you want to. There's nothing the city can do with that. I mean, the county can do about it. All you got to do is get the 6%, 100% method, which that would be pretty easy to do, probably. So I'm against it.
My only concern was the road. We addressed that.
The what?
The road, them giving us the road if they were annexed. Now, let me ask you about this one.
Okay.
So we agreed we would go with 5 acres, right? So we give them the 5 acres, is not the other 55 contiguous to that?
It's a moot point.
It wouldn't make any difference.
If we give them the 5 acres,
It wouldn't make any difference whatsoever. It'd be the
That's why I don't
same thing.
think there any rezoning needs to happen. I'm still okay with the station if the council would come back and said, annexation's not.
But we agreed 5 acres was fine. We did that. Could they not come back and annex the road?
I did.
right.
I didn't know that.
We agreed to that.
I did.
We didn't,
No.
but there was a majority.
Well, and I don't want anyone to be misled from day one when I sat down with the first time, I said, well, Toss and Phil, we talked about opportunity to buy the land, and I met with the chairman and Toss again. In each conversation, I always said annexation was a key component of this fire station.
But it did
James
start
was-
out. It started out with the fire
No,
department.
sir, it started with annexation all the way.
We had, no, you're wrong.
Well,
We did an extra
That's the
meeting.
chairman, I told him.
Listen to me. We want to have one meeting in December of 2013. So y'all was in a hurry to get the fire station started. So we had 2 meetings. We had one first, and then we had one last of December. So Rick could get that stuff started on the fire station. And come the first of the year, that's the first thing I heard about an annexation. So it did not start at the same time.
But let me say this, and you need to understand, I can't control what information gets to you, but I have shared this with chairman, your administration, and several members of the board. So it's up to you guys to disseminate information to each other, but day one, we mentioned annexation. It's a great opportunity, guys, for us to work together. We gotta start reaching across the aisle and trusting that we're gonna do things for the good. We can.
Wesley, I would have to differ with that because I didn't know annexation was part of this until later in the game. When y'all first purchased the property and when it was first talked to me about a fire station, I did not know about annexation. Then, I've always known y'all wanted to annex as much as you could annex, and y'all's plan, as I was told, was out to the railroad track. But yes, then I did come to your office and you asked me if I would have a problem with annexation, and I told you then, and the problem that the sheriff has always talked about, and you said that shouldn't be a problem because he would know what was in the city and what wasn't. But I would have to differ with you that I knew about it first thing.
And Mr. Chairman, let me just remind you of this. We did go to lunch and James Dasher was present as well in Tulsa Allen. And I did mention at that lunch, which was probably a month and a half before we ever met in my office. So we probably don't always remember what we talk about, but each time I had a conversation, I've tried to make sure that we knew that was in.
Well, I can say that there was at least 2 meetings of discussion with you at this board that it was not discussed in public. If there was any discussion, it was at least 2 meetings I remember before I knew anything about it. I knew about it on the street.
We had a 2 meetings in December of last year.
My issue is if we're concerned about the city putting a landfill in the county in this situation, we got bigger problems. If we're concerned about the city growing too much, we have serious problems. None of those carry water with me. They're not a problem for me.
Well, creating an island out in the middle of the county should. A 66-acre island in the middle of the county.
What is the fear of annexation? What is it?
I wouldn't consider it out. Annexation's not broad, it's not that far removed.
Tell me, maybe, address the concern about
Contiguous annexation is fine. Spot annexation
just tell
is
me
not.
what's the big deal, honestly.
It's issues with what is going to happen on this property. It could be sold for any number of things. You want to create an island out there, you just don't want to do that.
Well, my concern is exactly what I told you.
Well, let me ask you this. Would the city of Rincon agree to let Steve Mason de-annex his property that's owned in the city of Rincon back into the county?
That would be your choice. We can't
And the
control
city of
that.
Rincon would agree to that?
We can't control that.
You would agree to be spot annexing or property in the city limits of Rincon, not contiguous with the county, and the city council of Rincon would agree to that.
And Mr. Mason, we don't have a question about, we have a choice about that. If you don't want to be in the city and you contiguous with the county, you can do that. So if we sold the property and somebody wanted to be back in the county, we can't stop that.
I have a question with regard to the staff report, because I think at one time we talked about 500, then 400, and then, but basically this staff report says that approximately 300 homes will have an improved ISO rating. And I know we, as part of if we end up going and doing this, we'll add to the motion that ISO verify that. But in all of our meetings, on both the county side and the city side, that is our understanding, that at least that many houses will have an improved ISO rating, a significant improvement. Is that correct? That's what the staff report says.
It does, I'm trying to, was that homes or lots? The 300 lots?
Those
I
are
remember it
structures.
was, I think it's homes and lots.
And I thought the difference, because we were quoted 500 originally, was that it's 300 homes and can be up to 500 including the lots.
I think there's at least 300.
Yep, the information I got on that, the city's Rankin proposed fire station on Blue Jay Road would service 249 homes and 252 empty lots. Effingham County's proposed fire station at Greystone would service 284 homes, 35 more than Rankin, and 300 empty lots, 48 more, for a total of 83 additional homes.
At a higher cost and a lower ISO, that's
How do you figure?
So it's up to 500 including the lots.
higher cost. We can't,
In a year's time,
we cannot operate at their cost.
We're building it,
Not this customer, not here.
what's the cost at Tuscan?
What's the last?
What's the cost of our station?
1 year, what we got to pay them for that fire station with the building you're building,
One.
on at Greystone.
There was a question.
All right.
And somebody was trying to answer it.
We haven't done it yet.
What is the cost, projected cost of the fire station at Tuscaloosa?
$118,000 for the building is what's included in the short-term work program. That's just the building, then you need the apparatus. Excuse me, that one was always anticipated to be unmanned. The one at Greystone, Blue Jay, Hodgeville, whatever, in that area was anticipated to be a manned station. And therefore, the cost was a little bit higher. And to go back to the short-term work program, what we had included there was $400,000 for the construction. Maybe how we acknowledge that. That is what's in the short-term work program, and $350,000 for the apparatus to go in.
We worked through the numbers repeatedly and come up with the figures that this is supposed to be a significant benefit to us at this time. And that's why we're doing a temporary, that's why we discussed a temporary contract, because if we can figure out how to do it at a lower cost, then we can not continue this contract in the future and do that. But today, they bought a piece of property in which we can have a mutual benefit, that the city taxpayers benefit and the county taxpayers benefit in cost and an ISO. And for that reason, in my opinion, it warrants an exception to the one consideration of whether spot annexation is a problem or not. That's my opinion.
Well, you say this agreement we got in here is just a primary,
I'm saying it's a 3-year
the
agreement.
way I read it, it's for 3 years.
That is what I said, Commissioner Love.
And also, the contract with Rankin does not guarantee the Blue Jay Road Fire Station will be manned for 24 hours a day. And Mr. Tulsa, just when he gave his figures, he said it was going to be manned for 24 hours a day.
So our station was going to be, the one that we had anticipated. Was
So
going
what
to be
about one,
operating.
if y'all build one, how long, is it going to be manned for 24 hours a day?
It's going to be manned for 24 hours a day.
But you don't have that in this agreement.
There will be a priority to keep it manned 24 hours a day. The reason we did that was for this reason. If a call calls people to be out for a long time, or a sickness or an illness, we didn't want someone to come back and say, oh, I can void this contract because someone might be there for 18 hours. And that is where we're going to put our 24-hour man and also our hose layer. I believe we decided that was the best place for the hose layer for the county to get the best benefit, because that's where the certified water sources outside of our hydrants are able to get a benefit. So we are going to man it 24 hours a day. We just didn't want to get caught with having a day or 2 days, and because something training might be taking place and so forth.
But anything could happen anytime, but
Right.
if I don't sign a contract for 3 years, I'd have it in there where it was going to be manned or either not manned, or it may be manned. I wouldn't sign a contract with it, it's your top priority.
Well, we're not saying maybe.
And that's me.
We're making it a priority to man that station. And if you don't see it as a priority, you'd have to define it as, I assume, if you go there a week and nobody's there, you would have to say, hey, we're not keeping the priority, you'd have it out of the contract. So you've got some outs there if we don't keep our end of the bargain.
The intent, Commissioner Loper, was it to be 24 hour. You remember the original contract said 24 hour. This was changed on just what Mr. Corbett just said on his concern. Now, there may be additional wording that would make the board more comfortable, but the intent is for it, it's a 24-hour man station.
I don't think if somebody was sick and they had to close it down and 2 people wasn't there for 24 hours a day, I don't think we'd do away with the contract on something else.
Well, here's your overall out. If Lincoln's not providing the higher service with the ISO and all the things that we've talked about, as part of this is coming together, just working together and trusting one another. But if it didn't happen, 1 year notice, you can get out of it, just like we can in a service delivery now. So you're not locked in for 3 years if we don't keep it. Or if there's a blatant violation, you can either quit immediately. So we're not looking to get anything for nothing. We're looking for mutuals working together for a higher service at the best economical price for our citizens in the county and the city. And this contract will do it.
So let me verify the contract does have a 1 year out clause.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and it also, something that I asked you about, and I didn't have a chance to go back and verify the contract yesterday, but how we were discussing that if we do approve the contract, then it needs to go to ISO to verify that we're getting the improved rating. Wesley said that is in the contract, and I didn't get a chance to verify that. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. It is this agreement, basically. This
Okay.
agreement is what is needed, and basically it sets up, per this agreement, Rankin becomes the primary responder to, and I'm trying to look at the exhibit, so
I just wanted to verify it's in there.
yeah, if you look at page 7, or 8 of 16 of the material primary response area, and it clearly says response area 1, 2, and 3, those are the additional areas that will benefit from the reduction in ISO. Those will be Rankin's primary response area. They will be dispatched first.
And I Okay, and on the one hand, while Jim had a point about this somewhat has us spending dollars in advance of what this board had planned, but the previous board had been planning for a Hodgeville station forever, and nothing has ever come to fruition with that. And rather than that, we built a station for $1.5 million in the middle of Lincoln that helped nobody. So this is helping us help those citizens that we didn't help on some of Hodgeville Road already, that's been waiting for years, basically. So that's all.
And that's why I made the statement at the last meeting. I appreciate this coming up because that Hodgeville or any other station in that area would probably still be on the back burner and not even being discussed if it wouldn't be for this right here. So I don't have a problem with the fire station. I think we've all gone through that. I think nobody on this board has even though they might have some misgivings about money and spending it and how, and maybe there's better ways to do it, but I think the annexation is the only part of this that is the rub.
You know, when it comes to fire stations all around the county, no matter where we go with it, and even when we change the fire fees, I can absolutely explain to anybody who asks me why we had to increase the fire fees, or why are we building another station. Because if I can spend $50 of the average taxpayer's money to save them $200 or $300 in insurance premiums, then that's money well spent. I can explain that to them. What I can't explain is, first of all, I do agree that down in that area, we need a station. Whether or not we make this deal with Rankin or we do it, there needs to be a station down there. Because it's going to affect a lot of people. And again, this is something that's been on the back burner since we've been on the board. You know? So, but what we also have is we have areas of the county that people basically can't get insurance. And if we need to focus on, like we're doing at Tusculum, and focus on that areas where we can get people to move from an 8 or a 9 down to a 6, which is a lot greater percentage than from a 6 to a 4. The money, you get more bang for your buck there. So I am committed to moving forward with fire stations and the program we got. I just don't like this. The deal we had, other than annexation, I'm okay with it. Not happy, but okay with it. That I still tend to believe that we'd be better off doing a station in that area where we not necessarily giving the people in that area a 4, but give them a 6 or whatever it comes out to, doing an unmanned station. And let's do a blanket across the county where everybody has a reasonable insurance rather than having pockets of a terrific insurance.
Well, we're still working on those other areas the same as whether this is done or not. It's not like we're saying, let's take these people to 4 and then take people in the north end to 6. That's not what we're saying. We have the capability of taking them to 4 by doing a partnered contract that makes sense, in my opinion. So that's the only reason we're being able to do that. Otherwise, we would have to do it and try to provide it at
Let me ask you one question.
We're talking making a buck though.
Let me ask you one
A
question.
6 in that area would be much more appreciated than
Why
the cost
wasn't
of
the rest of
doing
the 4 now then? I mean,
I believe we have
Rankin has had a chance to do this.
Why didn't you bring it? I want to know why. I need to understand why we did Rankin at $1.5 million. I need to understand that.
Let me make one comment. The 6 is not really an option out there. Your rating is a 4.9, ours is a 4.4. So that's not even an option. What brought Corey to council and why we're here now is that in the unincorporated area, there's a part of our service delivery district now. There are 100 or so properties out there, to the either north of Blanford Road. It's in our district.
Yeah, it's between 50 and 100.
50 and 100, and those already are 10s. And that's in your area, Mr. Reggie, and they will go to a 4 immediately. And so what we'll be able to do is not only increase those 100 lots to a 4 immediately, but through the primary service response with E911, through this, if you do this agreement, we can get the other 300 homes where they are to the south of Blue Jay at a 4. But there's no option of somewhere getting a 6. You don't have a 6. You either be able to produce the 4 or you produce the 8B or 10. That's your only option. And you're able to do this for less than you could pay for putting a 24-hour guy in a station. We're going to do it for less than the county could do for a 24-hour man. It would cost you more for the man, not counting the fuel, the engines, the building, the operating costs. So that's why it's a good deal for both.
I want to ask the fire chief there, Mr. Corey.
Yes, sir.
I want to ask you a question. Fire station y'all want to build on Blue Jay Road,
Yes, sir.
all right? You don't build it right here,
Yes, sir.
in the middle of this page,
Yes, sir.
all right? From everybody from there going down Blue Jay Road, they don't have any fire protection, right? Y'all put the station there, you will have.
No,
But they basically don't have any fire protection. But everything towards Rankin, it's already under fire protection with the fire department and
no, almost all the way to Hodgeville Road's already got fire protection. We've agreed that this is not the ideal place for the station. But I had an insurance company call me this week, wanting rates, ISO, what district it was in for a burnt tree subdivision. There's approximately 25 double wide mobile homes on Low Ground Road.
Yeah, I know it.
They're class 10 right now, 10. One at 125 is getting road at a class 10. The next door neighbor is getting road at a class 4 because of the insurance companies. But as far as ISO, the map is they're a class 10. If this Blue Jay station goes online, everybody in Burnt Tree and 3/4 of Low Country Estates goes to class 10, goes to class 4. And all of Timberlake would go to class 4, which is now a 10.
Well, I agree we need a fire station out there, of course. I don't have no problem
But
with
it's
that.
not costing y'all anything. I mean, if we don't man it, it's not costing y'all a dime if we annex it and build a station. Now, if we man it, that's when the contract and the money comes in.
Well, in this contract, you gotta pay $11,315 a month.
If we man it. If you don't want it manned, it don't cost you a dime.
And it's less expensive than what we can do it for.
That's not what the agreement says. The agreement does not say that.
Because
We
y'all
are-
wanted it manned.
Pardon?
Y'all wanted it manned. That is for personnel. That $11,000 a month is personnel, the majority of it.
Who is y'all here?
Well, and I think probably what happened here is we had, when we were first discussing it, our internal fire department, had we built Hodgeville, Greystone, whatever it is, our intent was to man it. So I think those discussions came through. From our perspective, I don't know that we care if it's manned or not, honestly, and I don't know why I didn't pick up on this earlier. But yes, we had talked about manning the Hodgeville station.
I mean, under service delivery strategy, with everybody in that room, maybe not the full board now, they wanted the cities to work better to lower the ISO, and the county to work better to lower the ISO. There's one pocket in my district that's class 10. I'm working better to lower the ISO, which is what the board asked us to do. And this station doesn't.
Okay. As far as the man, we addressed that. When we started the discussions earlier on, when we were comparing the station, we were told that the county station would be a manned station. I said, no problem, we can man that station. That's what the intent was. And that's what we did. I still think it's a good idea because, yes, we can lower the ISO. And that's probably 50% of the puzzle in it, but the other 50% is we really want to save property and lives. So if we're within 4 minutes of a fire versus 12 minutes of a fire, we're going to save more property and more lives. And so for that was the heart of the commission, to have a manned station out there. So we're honoring that heart that they wanted in manning that station for less than what they could do to put a man in it. And then in 2-3 years, whenever you're ready for the Greystone station, if you're ready to, you can give us a 1-year notice and we'll be out. But if it's 3 years, or if you want to renew it because you saw, Mr. Mason, there's other areas you need to address, you need to spend $400,000, $500,000, $600,000 there, and you like the lower contract here, you can do that. It gives you some options that you will not have unless we move forward in a policy of joint agreement and do something together like this that's good for the entire county.
The bottom line is it's a 3-year agreement with a 1-year out clause. It benefits a large group of citizens that we've been supposedly planning to try to benefit for years. It's a smart thing on that level. Some people are not happy about annexation. They've made that point, we understand.
So clarify for me then, what would you project if it was an unmanned station? What would that do to your ISO rating?
I think you can get the same ISO rating that was unmanned. you wouldn't get the same necessary quality of service because you got to come
Well,
from off
what
of
we're talking about here is insurance rates. I mean, I understand the service and, you know, the saving property, but I think what everybody's really concerned about is being able to get insurance or get a reasonable rate on insurance. So if it's unmanned, that's certainly going to be a large part of this cost.
Sure. Sure.
Just for the record, for the fire department, I've been against it, but I would vote for the fire department, but I am not going to vote for the annexation.
So,
We've shared all we can share.
I'm getting confused, which is not hard sometimes. You're saying that we can have that fire station there and it not be manned and it get the same ISO rating and this county not indebt itself for this $11,000?
Only if it's annexed.
Sir?
Only if it's annexed.
Well, if it's annexed.
The station
Because of service
itself,
delivery.
the station itself, not necessarily 66 acres, but the station itself.
That's between y'all.
Yeah.
Well,
But that's for,
That's his board's decision. We made an offer to meet a need that we understood that you wanted to have a station. It was going to cost you $1 million. You can go back over the numbers if you need to, but by the time you get the building and the investment in operations and the personnel, it's going to be a lot of money. We can do it for that 135, which is the contract for 3 years. Nowhere near. It gives you opportunity to look for other alternatives. It gives you a manned station, not only a lower ISO, but also gives you a better service. I think it's just in your court. You got to decide if it's something the commission wants to support or not. We'll live with it, whatever your decision is.
but what I've got to decide is what this board is going to be voting on. I mean, everything is tied to annexation. That's everything that we've got is tied to annexation. So the board's got to vote whether to allow me to sign a resolution saying that we uphold that annexation. If we do that, then you are saying that this station is going to be in the city limits of Rankin, and this dollar figure that's in this agreement goes away? Is that what I'm hearing?
It can. I mean, you won't have the
If-
quality
if
of
we
service.
say it's not manned?
You won't have the quality of service because of the response times. But as far as ISO, it'll be within 5 miles of those residences.
And whenever we then.
I mean, but we're building manpower. I mean, Jack can tell you, we're trying to build manpower up. I mean, and this helps, this agreement helps us build our manpower for the city as well as it increases the manpower for the
I
county.
understand.
Because the manpower that's in the city is gonna come out to the county anyway.
But I'm trying to figure this out. So if we've only got so much money to go around, and we're not having to spend it in here, and we go spend it in Greystone, and then through an intergovernmental agreement, or what did you call it, of aid, mutual aid,
All the way?
auto aid, we share rosters, and
No.
we then wind up.
No. In my letter, I explained the sharing of rosters. The sharing of rosters would only be, it's not even an option if you don't have the Blue Jay station. It becomes an option if you have the Blue Jay station.
I
And
understand.
then, if in Greystone, you decided that you wanted Rankin to man that station for you, we could move that personnel there or hire new personnel and allow that station to share with all 4 of the stations we're involved in, which limits the amount of personnel you have to retain your ISO 4. If we did not man the station Greystone, which you can choose not to, then you'd have to count it with your roster with the unincorporated areas that would not be shared that way. But by having the Blue Jay, it leaves you that opportunity as you move down the road to decide, do we want to continue to work together or do we want to?
I agree. So either way, this station will be beneficial down the road.
Absolutely.
But I'm talking about how much money we have to spend and how, because we can pick up, what, 80 something more structures?
Just closer to 100, there was 80 in the back of Belmont Glen. It's the 80.
That's
It was
not
113 total.
If we put it on land that we don't own yet.
But Mr. Chairman, I think we're jumping here because this is what you could do and we're meeting on a monthly basis, and I like that with the fire chiefs and the managers are talking, so we have a more unified strategy in the future. If the fire station moves to Greystone and you have a 24-hour man at Blue Jay, it would probably be very wise for personnel not to man both stations. Move the Blue Jay personnel where the county took them on as your payroll, or you moved them as city payroll and let us share rosters, you can move it, pretty much get a new station. Your only cost there would be your cost to build it. The contract would stay pretty much the same. There again, you've added a 5th station at very little cost now. So there's some wonderful opportunities that continue to move out with the manned station at the Blue Jay
If
station.
you understand Greystone is just a concept, we don't own any land there. That's
I'm
just a
just
concept.
saying wherever that is, because we're looking at planning together.
And you see how concepts work quite often.
Right. So there's opportunities down the road to continue to expand the fire service in the southern area at less dollars.
So theoretically, we could approve this station and unmanned for the time being. In the future, it could be increased to be manned. But in the short term, we could approve it with it being unmanned, and the cost of the $11,000 or whatever a month would not be there. And I would support that with a reasonable block of land for annexation, with a 5-acre piece, 2 acres, 5
Well,
acres.
I think if you go,
Not 60 acres.
I think
but
if you go
I would
that
support
route,
that.
we need to go back and look, because right now we're offering to build the station and not have any cost for our engines or our station. We need to look at that number if we provide that service to the county and there is no additional benefit. We've worked real hard on this agreement. We think it's a great agreement for everybody. It's just going to start the clock back over.
But these numbers start July 1st, correct?
Correct.
Our next fiscal year, so that we know then that we can budget it. We could do it just like it is. We've got a 12-month out and get this ball rolling and get this thing done.
And I have a motion I'd like to make whenever you're ready to call for
Somehow I figured that. Any other questions?
it.
I got it. Go ahead.
Okay. Help me if I missed something that I think our conversation intended us in the long run. My motion is to approve alternative number 1, to approve the contract that does contain the language that ISO must approve that the ISO rating is improving, and that the city of Lincoln will deed the road to us at no cost to Effingham County, and with the understanding that it is the intent of both parties for the station to be manned 24 hours. It already contains the 1-year out clause, so that's the motion.
And allow for that.
And allow for the annexation
No, the full track.
of the full track,
So this is covering our old business 1 and 2.
1 and 2.
Yes.
So that has to be because they're tied together by that contract.
That's why I said we had to take them both up at the same time, because the agreement itself is subject to the annexation.
That's my motion.
Have a motion on the floor,
Second.
and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Ah.
Let the record show it carries 3-2. Commissioner Mason, Commissioner Loper voting against.
Hope we save a lot of time just doing this.
Now, is there anything else on here that we've already decided that we can just go ahead and take care of right now?
That's totally out of line.
No, I think it's true.
That's an opinion.
My mind was there last meeting.
All right. We had an appearance scheduled for 5:30. Mr. Corley? Sorry to make you wait, sir. We got started in something. That's okay. State your name, please, for the record.
Brian Corley.
And what would you like to tell us, sir?
I struck a pothole on Collick-Helmy Road, not even a mile from South Effingham Elementary School, between there and Kensington. Called, made a police report with Deputy Dillard. The report number is 1402-1693. I went to the county the next day about getting reimbursed for my rim and tire that was damaged. It's about $300 to $400 for a rim and tire for a pothole that was very, very sizable. I mean, I've been driving many years, and I felt like if my wife would have hit it, there would have been an accident. When I called, they said that they had never had a complaint about this pothole before. Well, the same afternoon that it happened, I first of all like to thank whoever was in charge of going out to take care of it, because they did go out and take care of the hole that night, so that the next day, all the people that drive up and down Hodgefield or Effingham, students, teachers, there's a lot of students on that road. But I was more worried about, at the time, getting the potholes fixed, which was very relieving to see the next morning that it was. But that still leaves me out of the rim and tire. That I feel is no fault of mine, nothing I could have done to avoid it. And from my understanding, it's a county maintained road. So what I'm requesting, I guess, is reimbursement for a rim and tire. I have pictures, I don't know what y'all have, but I mean, I brought pictures of the pothole and the rim, estimate on the rim and tire.
I'm sure I got, incident report shows Collin County Road as the incident location. Is that right?
Right.
Okay.
Did it happen on courthouse?
Because then I see Courthouse Road,
Okay, so
as the other, that's where I'm confused on the,
No, sir, this one was
Okay.
Effingham.
so it is Collin County.
Yes, sir. If you take a right
I
out of
got
South
Courthouse in
Effingham,
my mind.
it said
Tell me where it is, because I
Yeah.
live in Collin County. I want to know.
if you were to take a right out of out of South Effingham Elementary, and right before you get to Kensington, and I believe right after us, Effingham Forest, it was right in the middle of the road. Do y'all have a picture of it? Or would you like a picture?
I'll have to.
Would you like bring it forward? Or?
They could project it up if you were to send it to me.
That would be right.
And it was raining that day, so water was actually covering it, but when I did it, the water. Which I believe the officer measured how far it was from Kensington that night, and that's how she was able to get out, or have somebody get out and replace it that night.
Mr. Corley, did you say you want reimbursement for one tire and rim?
Yes, sir.
This has been submitted to ACCG,
It has.
and they denied it, so help explain about that, the policy of that.
Well, whenever claims of this nature is made against the county, it gets submitted to ACCG. ACCG denies the claim based on the fact, I'm assuming, I haven't seen the denial personally, I'm assuming that they denied the claim based on the fact that it is not possible to prove that the county did something negligently to cause this pothole and cause the damage to the car. And that's just based on the denials that we've had in the past.
Okay, that is what I was trying to understand, like the policy.
That's the
You're saying we
problem.
didn't cause a pothole, but once we became aware of it, we went and fixed it.
Right.
That I do not disagree with.
Yeah.
I was very impressed. Actually, y'all did exactly what I expected y'all would do.
Mr. Corley,
Yes, sir.
this piece of paper I got here, it says, you want 4 wheels and 4 new tires.
No, sir, you had the wrong
This is what I had in mind.
No, sir, I
Y'all
apologize.
have this,
$1,626.
$1,626.40.
No, sir,
Did it start out that way and get amended, or what?
That's the reason I asked you about, I was wondering how you tore up 4 tires in one pothole.
no, sir, I apologize. My wife, I actually asked my wife to get that estimate, but that's supposed to be just divide that by 4.
Okay.
So,
They
one.
crossed all four.
And I felt, I'd take care of the alignment and, the labor and things like that of the rim and tire. But long story short, I work long and hard for my dollars and, I do pay my taxes and I felt like, I don't know if it had ever been reported or not. Do I know the pothole was there? Of course, everybody knows it was on Hodgeville Road. But, I don't want to blame y'all for not, seeing it in time and things like that. But at the same time, I would consider that an accident, or basically there was nothing I could do to avoid it. So, I couldn't turn in on my insurance. I have $500 deductible. I'm quite sure that's what the county's deductible would be. And maybe that's why they denied the claim but I could not accept that answer I was given at the complex where I filled out the paperwork. I think it's an accident form, which I believe they have a copy of also.
Just wondering if they had been there very long, why more people have not had that problem. Like, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Did something make that a road like that quickly, or I don't know. Are you saying you were aware that hole was there for a while?
Yes, ma'am. I have.
So did you, and I don't mean to be a lawyer, but.
No. Any other day.
Did you avoid it on other days?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I sure have. And so I'm just as guilty as the next citizen for not reporting it.
Yeah.
But at the same time, that day was a very rainy day. Actually, I believe when the officer pulled up, it had just quit raining. But, with traffic, because it was parent-teacher conferences and things like that, I had to stay in my lane, and I knew that pothole was right around there somewhere. But.
And you went looking for it?
Sir?
And you went looking for it?
Obviously, I found it. Yes, sir. It found me. But, obviously, my main concern at the time was to get the road fixed. And y'all done it. But in the end, I am out a very expensive rim and tire.
I understand, but if I heard our attorney correctly, it's the county's responsibility to act with all haste when they are made aware of the
They're notified.
situation.
And quite honestly, I wasn't aware of what the presentation was about until right before the meeting. So I don't know the facts behind, what the county knew or did not know. But based on other claims of this nature that have come from the county that ACCG has denied, I'm going to assume that it was for the same reasons.
Right, you didn't cause it, but I guess you didn't help prevent it the same as I did by acknowledging it, or bringing it to y'all's attention.
I appreciate you acknowledging that.
It's sad I didn't think about it until just now, but
Same thing happened to me about 10 years ago on Hodgeville.
did you pay for your inventory?
I didn't follow them, I just
Your forefathers?
figured it was one of those things.
It was, you said it was on Hodgeville?
Hodgeville.
But,
We paid that one.
That's fixed now.
but, I mean, that's the short of it, I'd just like some help from the county on my rim and tire.
This is shown as an appearance. Are we then allowed to take this up and vote as, or?
Not without adding it to the agenda as a belief.
You want to take a vote on this, you would add it to the agenda.
See, that's what I was told, that would be on the agenda for 5:30.
Well, because if anybody's wanting to vote on it, it would be my opinion that we need to look at the ACCG actual response to this issue and put it on an agenda for a vote at a later date.
It's on the agenda for an appearance, which means we hear you, but we don't vote tonight.
Yes, ma'am.
You understand?
Yes, sir.
This
Well, my
is-
rim still won't be in for another.
This is very similar to what happened with the guy with the very expensive car in North End County, almost exactly.
Well,
Similar.
Very similar.
Well,
It could
except could have been a little more.
He was alleging that we actually dug a ditch that
Exactly.
created.
Still, there was a road hazard on the road that the claim.
But we created that. This was through.
May have or may not have, and then come to find out, we admitted later, it was erosion, you know.
That's right.
But it was a road hazard, that's what this is. What boils down to is, if the county was officially notified and was negligent in getting it repaired, then we have some responsibility, and the carrier would pick that up. But this is very
Carla, do you
similar.
have anything else for us?
No, sir.
And I would direct our clerk to get the information from ACCG as to what their response was on the claim, and then present that to the board at our next meeting for us to take action.
So basically, I'll just be contacted, or
Yes.
Are you coming to our next meeting?
when's the next time? The first?
18th.
18th. Well, thank y'all for y'all's time, and again, thank you for taking care of that.
And thank you for calling and making somebody aware of it.
Yes, sir. Have a good day.
You too.
Can I get those copies back?
Alright, so now we're down to new business. Does anybody- I think so. Let's take a 10-minute break. Well, we'll reconvene at 6:15. All right.
Usually big work there.
Let's back up just a minute and take care of some house cleaning. On the minutes, there was a question presented by Commissioner Loper. On page 3 of the regular meeting held on February 18, 2014, where it said Vice Chairman Floyd, after listening to the tape, it was Commissioner Floyd that made the motion, so that needs to be changed to just say Commissioner Floyd rather than Vice Chairman Floyd. Is there any other questions?
I said Steve because I knew it was in the third district.
I understand. You remember there were 2 items that they were back. That seems to clear that item up if there's nothing else.
I make a motion to approve the February 11th special call meeting minutes and the February 18th commissioners meeting minutes.
Second.
With that change.
With that change, sorry, correct, yes.
With that change. All right.
Before we vote on that, can we separate these two? I wasn't actually at the meeting, so let's just do them individually.
All right, so first off, the special call meeting minutes on February 11th. Do I have a motion on that?
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second to approve as written. All in favor? Any opposed?
I'll abstain due to the fact I wasn't at that meeting.
Show for the record, Commissioner Mason abstaining since he was not in attendance. All right, next item, the Commissioner meeting minutes for Tuesday, February 18th, 2014.
18.
18th, correct.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
With the change on
That's the
page-
one that changed, yes.
On
Yeah,
page
with
3.
the change.
Motion and a second to approve with the change on page 3 showing Commissioner Floyd rather than Vice Chairman Floyd. All in favor? Any opposed? So carried. Thank you all for allowing us to do that housekeeping. All right, we get into new business. First item, consideration for renew a service order with stamps.com. Ms. Fiona?
Good evening.
Good evening.
I would like to request board consideration to renew a service order with stamps.com for online mailing services. Staff began using stamps.com in March of 2013 and we have found it to be beneficial in that it saves time and money by reducing the number of trips to the post office. Stamps.com monthly fee has not increased over the past year and remains at $29.99 per month. The service order is for 1 year from March the 5th, 2014 until March the 5th, 2015 and can be cancelled with 30 days notice. Staff researched alternate online mailing solutions and found Endosia to offer a similar service for $34.95 per month. The service order has been reviewed and approved by the County Attorney, and as funding is approved in the current budget under the posted line item, staff recommend alternative 1, renewal of the service order with stamps.com. Any questions?
Any questions or discussion?
This is one of the things that we've done since I've been on board. The old way of the stamps, this has been much more economical.
Yes.
How often do we use this service pretty regular?
Yes, we do.
Is it
It's
not
mainly,
used?
it's in this building. Admin uses it, which is the lady at the front desk. Finance, human resources uses it a lot. Inspections, they also use it a great deal. And purchasing. EMS occasionally use it also.
Yes, sir. State your name for the record.
Jack Alvin, I'm from Clio. The election board is still licking and sticking them. I wish that y'all would look into the possibility of getting them some kind of stamp machine, because I have to go over there and buy the stamps, and then it's amazing the amount of stuff that they send out, especially around election time. If staff could look into this, but they really need some help over that, because they buying the rows of stamps and putting them on everything.
I wonder, can they have a remote machine under one account?
We actually do it online.
Okay.
We go online, we do have the stamps and we print them as such, or like a little, I don't know how to explain it, like a little stamp.
You're basically printing it.
So we still have to actually put the stamps on the envelopes,
Oh, okay.
but it saves us money on trips to the post office more than anything.
So, Mr. Jack, it's still a stamp
It's still a stamp that we use.
that's happened to be adhered to an envelope.
But
It's
you would
just
still
stamped.
save the time of these people having to go there and buy, come back. I mean, it's only gas, you know.
Well, they could probably get that over there too. I mean, anybody can get it, get it.
I guess they could just set their own account up, because that's basically something that's in their budget.
We recently purchased some stamps for the ladies in the elections office, and we purchased them online and had them mailed to us because they had to mail out, I think it was, we ordered 100 rolls of postcard stamps for them so that they didn't have to go to the post office.
Yeah.
So we do that for them, we help them in that respect.
All right, any other discussion? Call for a motion.
Make a motion to approve.
Second. Motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next item, consideration to approve the Energy One Credit Union Agreement Letter for employee membership with the Federal Credit Union.
I'm over here.
Go ahead, Ms. Wright.
Okay. Periodically, we do have the opportunity to bring discount incentives and membership options into the benefit and compensation program that are exclusive for our employees with banking and financial institutions. In the past, so you all know, we have had previous options and still continue things with Georgia Telco and BB&T. We, as a follow-up to the presentation in our last meeting, this agreement letter is to initiate an offer for our full-time and part-time county employees and their family members for the following benefits with Energy One Federal Credit Union as part of the benefits and compensation program. Locations will be more localized to us. They will have open houses. There are memberships and accounts that will, of course, include the family members. ATMs and remote tellers that will be available nearby or either on site if that's something we decide to do. And of course, membership meetings because they are part of a credit union. Information for the dissemination of materials. We can go through our educational programs that are already set by human resources, such as new hire orientations, our events, and our annual benefit and compensation education that we do need to do on an annual basis. That usually happens in September. Energy One will supply all promotional materials to the county for employee benefit packets without a fee, and that is set in their agreement. And the employees make all the arrangements directly with the credit union, so there's really no invoicing requirements through human resources. Of course, if they decide to do direct deposit and have an account, that's something that automatically sets up. That's that's a different piece. We're asking tonight for approval of the agreement, and it's an agreement letter. I believe Ms. Stephanie has put that together for us to the standard that the board would like to see, and we're of course recommending approval if you'd like to add to the benefit and compensation program. Adam, Ron, and Tiffany are both here from Energy One if you'd like to ask them any questions.
We're just drafting a letter to ask for us, our employees to be eligible to join the credit union.
Yes, sir.
No cost to the county,
No cost to the county.
no mandate for anybody to have to belong.
Correct.
And then they take our request letter and either approve it or turn it down.
That's my understanding.
That's correct.
And any family member to join the credit union also?
Yes, they do specify in the agreement, it's very extended for the family members that are eligible. It's not just like spouse or child, it's very extended, so.
I have a question. If an employee joins and they leave county employment, do they have to come out of that as a member, or does that continue forward?
No, sir.
State your name for the record.
Adam Robb. There is no requirement to discontinue relationship with the credit union if you leave employment with the county for any reason. Now, if you do close your account for whatever reason, you do have to be eligible with a partner company to open the account back up, but we don't require that that relationship be closed just because your relationship with your employer has ended.
So you don't lose
Yeah,
your
it's a great
membership.
Right. The only way to lose it if you close your account, and then the only way to get it back is to work with a
I
partner
think
company.
it's a fair statement to say y'all are wanting to build the base rather than find ways to kick people out.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Okay.
Any other questions? Comment? Motion?
I'll make a motion that we
Yeah, one more
approve.
comment?
Brad Green, Board of Tax Assessors. I just had a question pertaining to the membership availability. Does that include appointed board members such as Board of Assessors, Hospital Authority, those type?
And if you guys need
Appointed to the
to
county.
find that
Well, then
out.
the hospital, they already got it in the hospital.
Right.
But
No, but he's
the
asking-
hospital
he's
board,
asking like tax-
I'm
like
talking about
tax
your boards, your
assessor
hospital board, the Board of Assessors,
To appointees.
those appointed
No
board
way.
members.
I asked this question at one point, and the way I understood it, if you were an elected official of this county, that basically if you got your funding from this board, you were eligible.
Yes, sir.
That was my understanding.
That-
You get the tax assessors board, get your funding from this board. So anybody that filters down, that's my understanding.
If their funding is coming from the Effingham County Board of Commissioners, then yes. It is my understanding, I don't work for the NCUA, but it's been all understanding that because of the association there, then you qualify and are eligible for
Just
membership.
verify that information and then get something back to us in writing about exactly how that works.
Yeah, well, we can check with our enrollment specialist to make sure of that, but
Well, in our draft request letter, let's put it in there that that's what we expect. How about that? All right.
That's
Okay.
fine. Because that will clarify it throughout, because not all boards are compensated, and it's
Well,
very easy for me to track who is literally on payroll, but if we do any appointees, that'll be a little bit different.
There are some mixed contracts. That's what I was
Yes.
wondering about for clarity, because there's some people we don't really fund, but we service their agreements, per
Correct.
se. So is it going to
Correct.
extend to them or not, or, and that's something that they can get an answer on.
And to people who are their
You
fiscal
just want
agent.
to put it in the wording that we want it to extend all those people.
well, to be specific, I asked because I hadn't been elected long, and I used to serve on the Board of Equalization. And so I asked specifically about a Board of Equalization member. If they are appointed to serve on that board, I was told that they were eligible to apply for membership in that credit union.
I'll just put in the motion that we would like for it to be added to our agreement, that they're approving that we add a benefit, that the benefit extends to all our appointees.
yeah, I will say that because when the letter goes to us, our board approves it, and then it does have to go to the NCUA for their approval. So specificity is key there, so.
That's why I say let's specify, and that way when we send it up and they approve it, then we got, that's our written.
That's our written document of what we're going to do.
Any other question? I'll call for a motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve alternative number 1, staff's recommendation, and that we add to the agreement that the Board of Commissioners wants this benefit to extend to all boards and their appointees.
Second.
A motion and a second, all in favor? Any opposed? So carried.
Just for that, because I was on the IDA, we only appoint a portion of the board.
To all boards and appointees, so I look at the board as an idea, like the board itself. Every entity that is affiliated with. If they go to church together on Sunday.
Well, let's word it. We'll send it to them and see if we can get you as many members as we can.
We'll take everybody.
I know where you're going.
Thank you.
All right, next item, consideration to approve a South University agreement to retain a tuition discount and waiver of application fee.
And just to give you a background on this, that we do have opportunities for our employees with continuing education and advanced studies. We have had options in the past with Georgia Southern Continuing Education and Certificate Programs, Savannah Technical College, and the University of Phoenix over the past 5 years. The purpose of this agreement with South University is to initiate an offer for our full-time and part-time Effingham County employees for the following benefits at South University as part of the Benefits and Compensation Program. Tuition is charged at 90% of the prevailing rate at the Savannah, Georgia campus. Application fee is waived for new applicants. The agreement will be in place for 2 years unless either party gives a 30-day written notice. South University will supply the promotional pieces that we need to get out to employees. And again, it is between the employee and South University. There is going to be no payroll deduction requirements or anything of that nature coming out of payroll to pay tuition. That's not something that we can set up. We're asking again for approval for the agreement as one of the alternatives as the recommendation. There's no, of course, additional cost to the county through billing or invoicing at this point. I believe I have a representative from South. Yes, Dean Hanna is here if you'd like to speak with her directly.
Do you have anything you want to say?
Not necessarily, no, I think we're really covered it.
Okay.
This doesn't extend to employees' family, does it?
This particular one does extend only to employees that are currently here, but it is part-time and full-time, but extended family at this point, no. Maybe that's something I can talk to y'all about later. Okay.
I'm curious.
Okay.
Any other questions? I'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion to approve alternate number 1.
Second. Motion on second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So carried. Next item, consideration to approve the changes to the county retirement program investment platforms for the first quarter 2014.
Moving on to the retirement plan. Our facts and findings for the retirement plan, beginning with the 457B plans. This is from January 1 of 2013 to December 31st, and that should actually be 2013. I apologize on the staff report. Please note that correction. Distributions were made to retirees as well as terminated participants. You have an amount of $231,993.80. Contributions made by active participants were in the amount of $404,473.67. The overall investments are valued at $3,444,439.43. The enrolled active participation rate in the 457B right now is 81.42%, and we've seen a very nice increase over the 2013 year. For the 401 plan, again, please make the correction that it's December 31st, 2013. So I'm going from January 1, 2013 to December 31st, 2013. Distributions were made to retirees as well as terminated participants in the amount of $243,696.33. Contributions made by the county on behalf of the employees as a match was $393,867.25. The value as of December 31st, 2012 was $3,779,836.46, and the value as of December 31st, 2013 were $4,726,935.59. Our year-to-date return is a positive 25.06%. Participants vested total value is $4,411,067.08. Our participation rate in the 401 is 93.93%, and our forfeitures currently are $8,924.30. Moving on to your defined benefit plan, as of December 31st, 2012, the investment portfolio value was $6,381,080.20. The value of the investment portfolio as of December 31st, 2013 is $7,753,379.94 with a year-to-date rate of return of positive 13.36 and a 12-month rate of return of 13.36. Our defined benefit goal is to return a positive 5% a year in order to meet the funding requirements on an actuarial basis. The asset allocation is still in line with the Commissioner's investment policy statement of the moderate investment objective. Your current allocation is as follows. You have $5,125,508.38 currently in your equities. You have $2,318,455.15 in your fixed income, and your cash allotment right now is $309,416, totaling $7,753,379.94. If you look at your indices, you'll see that the year-to-date index performance for the Dow was at a plus 26.50. The S&P total return was a plus 29.12. The EFI was at a plus 21.46. Barclays U.S. aggregate was a negative 2.02, and the internal government for Barclays was a minus 0.09%. At this time, considering that we are above the return of 5% on the defined benefit plan at a 13.36, and we're looking at an overall year-to-date on 401 at a 25.06%, we are recommending no changes at this time. I do have Miss Jenny Nichols in with us tonight. She is going to just comment a little bit more on 2013, but we do have a vote if you would like to change any of the allocation portfolio before we move on to that.
Remind me, the forfeitures of 8924, what period is that for?
The forfeitures right now, this is not a full, this is what's left in the account, and this is a current snapshot of what's in there. We did have that's something that we needed to go back and actually refund into an account, and that's why it's a little bit lower right now. But that this is the money that's put into the account by those who do not meet the vesting requirements. And we generally will use that account till the end of almost April, May, and then we use that to pay your contributions to the end of your fiscal year. Does that answer your question?
It answered my next question as well.
Oh.
What happens to it?
What happens to it, yes.
I knew it went somewhere, but I was wondering where.
We don't make the contributions at the point the forfeiture account has to zero out, and then we start over again.
You can use it for
Yep.
current expenditures.
It's deferring current expenditures. Thank you, Joanne.
Miss Jenny, you got something to say pertaining to this, or are you going to talk about the next one?
I'm going to talk about a little bit of what we need to do in the upcoming months and what we've already experienced and what we're about to experience, but I'll try to be very brief because we're supposed to skip right through this as fast as
Okay, because
possible.
I don't want to confuse the issue. Right now, the staff has presented us with something asking for us to
Yes.
vote, saying they're asking for no change.
No, and I'm not expecting any change to happen at this point.
Okay.
So this report is accurate.
So should we take action on this?
You may
before
take action.
That's what I.
Feel free.
Quick question.
Have fun.
On the asset classes, on those investments, are those different funds, individual stocks? How
They are invested in mutual funds in different classes.
Do we have, is there one fund for each class of assets?
No,
So there's
they are
different
mixed.
funds per-
Mhm.
You have a list of those? Not here.
I do, and we presented them in the investment policy statement review, which is one thing that I want to go over in the upcoming months, and we can outline those again, which we'll need to do for compliance reasons to go through, and then we can outline which fund falls into what bracket. We do that report once a year.
All right. So before us is a consideration to approve this staff recommending no changes for the first quarter of 2014.
I'll make a motion with alternative.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So carried. Now, the next item is review of year in 2013 overview and actuarial report, and that's what I thought you were here for.
Right, and I think there's a little confusion about that, but basically what I'd like to do is just give you a couple of highlights from 2013. I'll go into 2014. Don't get too comfortable. I won't keep you too long, I promise. And I want to ask for a couple of things in the upcoming months and report on when those actuarial reports will be available to you, okay? Quickly, I just want to let you know that, of course, I think we all know that the U.S. markets did quite well over the course of 2013. We did have some fiscal and political uncertainty throughout the year, and kind of a fragile economy. We had a little bit of slow growth, but the U.S. and the non-U.S. markets increased by 32% and 22% respectively. U.S. economies, they hit 45 new highs. They even beat all the bull runs. So we had a great year, no doubt. However, on the flip side, with the Fed and stimulus continuing and historical low rates, but they were beginning to rise, it caused some challenges for the fixed income investors. And being a pension plan, you're going to be invested in fixed income because that's the prudent thing to do. However, those are things that we will need to discuss in the investment policy statement and how you want to approach the remainder of the year, because that is going to continue in 2014. So those are some of the things. We also had Europe and Asia. They struggled through some political and some financial turmoil. Europe kind of turned around at the end of the year in the second half, providing some promise to, exiting the recession. So we look for the emerging markets and the developed markets to do very well, but the emerging markets are going to do quite better than the developed markets. So those are things that we'll need to discuss as well. You don't have much in international, but however, it's still about 10% of your pension plan, so we still need to discuss how you want to go forward with that. We are very hopeful. We have signs in the 2014 year that we should be in the equity markets into the single high digits or the low double digits as far as returns for 2014. We just need to be cautious because I think we're going to have a little bit of volatile time throughout 2014, and we just need to know how to go through the motion through that. So what I'd like to do is ask for the investment policy statement workshop to be in the upcoming months so that we can go through your investments as your compliance and your fiduciary responsibility dictates, and go through your funds and make sure that you are still where you want to be. Also, the actuarial report looks very favorable, although it is not complete. I spoke with your actuarial service vendor, and they will have that done March 31st. So that means that the earliest we could report back to you on that on April 15th, I think is the date that you would have open for that, or after. So that's kind of where I'm at.
April 15th is the commission meeting?
I think you have a commission meeting on the 1st and the 15th. I wouldn't be able to turn that report around to you by the 1st, so the 15th would probably be the earliest because I think you have a 12-day
And by our policy, we have to do this by the end of May or June?
We would want to have all of our fiduciary responsibility done by the end of the fiscal year, so June 30th is our end, but it also affects how we're budgeting, so the earlier the better, that we can actually see the actuarial report and then get the workshop.
Can you do this in an hour, 45 minutes?
Absolutely.
I think I heard that before.
I can. I did. I did it last year. And I can do it again.
So, April 15th,
If that's acceptable.
no objection from the board?
4 o'clock.
4 o'clock on April 15th.
Yeah, I love the
Yeah.
tax day.
Fat Tuesday for the government.
Fat Tuesday for the government. All right, so Stephanie, let's see if that gets on our calendar.
So that's for the workshop and the actuarial report?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
All right. Is there anything else you have to add to that, Rush, for that review?
No, I'm good. Just need to get the date on the boards.
You got it. Next item, review of the Organizational Safety Program, Internal, External, American with Disabilities Act.
Yes, and your personnel piece. Just to give the board some background, beginning in September 2013, the Human Resources Department usurped all the duties and requirements for the Organizational Safety Program and your internal, external ADA program. We have internal only at that point, and then we took on the external pieces. These are requirements for ACCG and LGRMS, respectively, and Georgia DOT, and federal guidelines, of course, for the ADA that are employee-based. It also included the completion of the ACCG Safety Coordinator Education Program and certification, in addition to our yearly federal training that's required. In parallel, all transitions for the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act or your Obamacare have been completed in-house. We have not used outside consultants on that, and we're generating, we're hoping to generate no additional county expenditures at this point, but we have not had any consultants or the need for that. We've worked in-house on that since 2012. As part of the fiscal budget for 2013 and 14, we were allotted one full-time employee, and that was approved on 7/23. The additional employee was to assist in categories. There was safety, ADA, workers' comp, and Obamacare was the piece that was driving that originally because you needed 1,000 hours of preparation in the first 6 months before it allotted into effect for the county. The HR staff, of course, we took on the new duties and expanded the research and time allotment to secure your audit requirements for your workers' compensation and safety, and expand the programming to qualify for your discounts, your premium reductions, and adjustment of cases to improve your loss ratio. Until this point, your safety and program overall was extremely fragmented. It was in different departments with different people, and for good or for bad, we've grown very, very quickly, but now it's under one roof and we're able to see all the reports at once, and we have some new findings for you that I'm going to review a little bit tonight. Through the remainder of 2013, Department 15 in their admin building, we have made some additional changes. We've moved an executive assistant position into purchasing. The remaining administrative assistant position hours are really not in human resources, they're more in reception at this point. If we do share those hours, it's less than 20 a week. We do have some things with the fact that although that person can do like copies, filing, phones, we don't have a guarantee of consistency or specific hours of work or their availability for our mandatory state and federal guidelines, as you all have guidelines as well. This position is now supervised under Department 11, so that is where the base of that position is going, that sits in the reception area. The only viable solution that I can see to even present to the board is to ask for a position, but I'm going to have to support it monetarily from the programs to oversee in order not to add to your budget. And we have had a chance to meet with John McIntyre, who is your Eastern Region Field Representative for LGRMS and ACCG. You may know he knows some of you through some of the meetings. His suggestion was to use what we were able to do at the end of 2013 with our discounts and everything to support a position in order to get some concentration into these programs and hopefully help the county reduce some of its premiums and expenses. I've gone through these reports with him as well. In fact, he was here yesterday. He was unable to come today. And we do have the following breakdowns of where we are actually saving some money, so I'd like to show you that. And we have the backup documentation with you in your folders. First of all, we did see a reduction in the state of Georgia Department of Labor tax rate from 0.88 to 0.77. Now that's only 0.11% of a decrease. However, when you do look at that overall decrease and how that affects the budget, this is our performance basically in our unemployment hearings. We are not going to outside consultation on those that are totally done in-house by my human resources staff and myself. We are obviously making strides in saving the county money. The overall personnel budget then for 2014 will decrease at approximately $16,000. How that is actually tabulated, your sheets that you see from the Department of Labor, where it goes from 0.8 to 0.77, only lists how they actually have the calculation of how they get 0.88 or 0.77. How we apply that to the county is we take the total salary that's approved in our budget, not total compensation, it's only total salary. On 723, the total salaries available for the county we're at $14,702,840. You put at 0.11% of a decrease into that, and it comes to $16,173 for your first round down. The additional part, the receipt of the 2014 safety program discount we were able to achieve in a 2-month period, and that's through ACCG. That is shown in your ACCG worksheets from those particular areas, and you'll see that it being $38,700. We did also receive the 2014 dividend. That's $35,717. That comes from doing what you need with the safety program, clearing and meeting your audit and going to the trainings that are required through ACCG and the self-insurance program. Total reductions in savings, if you take all of those together, reaches about $90,417. Now, if we are able to apply a concentrated effort to this, we'll also be able to start looking at your mod rate. Currently, we're at a 1.05, and the state of Georgia has a mean of 1.00. That comes off something that's called a loss run sheet, which goes directly to your workers' compensation claims. We were able to get a hold of the loss run. We saw the first loss run sheet for the county in November, and I did include that in your packet, and that's something that I do want to show you of how this can affect overall budgeting with the county and how we look at our premiums. Workers' comp is not protected under HIPAA, but at this point, just for edification, I have numbered these cases, and you can see it down the left side of the page. But number 7 is a current case that we have, and it's one of the catastrophic cases, and you can see that we have the incurred costs that they feel and what's been currently been paid, and that's right now we're sitting at $236,777. They expect the incurred cost to be $481,749. We hope to get that either into some type of settlement or some type of return to work at a very close basis in order to reduce that. Number 8, this is something that affects your mod rate and something that you will never be able to change. Unfortunately, if you have a death of an employee, if they have any children or dependents, that will remain on your workers' comp loss run until those dependents reach the age of 18. Additionally, number 9, this is the one that, this is why not fragmenting this program is so very, very important. And I want to bring this to your attention overall as a board. You can see that the original report date on number 9 was 1/26 of 2000. On an average, workers' comp is generally settled in a 2 to 4 year period. This has been on your books for 14 years. And that's very unusual. We just got a hold of some of the additional information on this case. Right now, you're paying out of almost $557,000. It has an incurred potential right at the end of this year of $707,700 for payment, which is a very, very, very huge claim. But what can happen when we're not paying attention? I did get this to Ms. Stephanie. We were able to see this today. And there was an additional piece given to you in your handouts regarding the directions from the Directions Group, Inc., and that's the medical and vocational case management. We did get this in from ACCG. But what can happen with workers' compensation as claims progress and they're not watched, things are put into place that may not be considered reasonable accommodation. And on this particular case, we have things like bi-weekly psychological counseling that has gone on for 10 years. There's also massage therapy every week. We have not only the workers' compensation person, but the family members are being allowed to incur mileage and get reimbursement for that. We are maintaining a vehicle that just got added in with heavy-duty rear shocks, backup cameras, and a monitor mounted in the cab on the driver's side. We've added a master bathroom to the home, and we have been now recommended to supply lawn care. We are actually asked for this case to be re-reviewed by ACCG, and they are doing so at the moment. Some of the things have already been removed, and I can give you an update to that. But this is why I felt it was so important for the board to see what effects we have and how we can hopefully help control. Unfortunately, with the election worker onboarding of over 120 employees and the continued pieces that I have to do with Obamacare, having an additional employee and actually a safety account would be extremely helpful. And I did give up 40 hours, and I'm just asking to get 40 hours back.
Well, that was a lot of stuff.
A lot of research went into that.
Now, are you saying that we're going to have, in a nutshell, we're going to have $90,417 of savings that's coming back?
Yes. Your volume discount is the only thing that's ever guaranteed.
And you're saying that you want an employee that's going to cost us $73,000, so we're going to be saving $16,000.
If you put an employee in at a human resource generalist level, that will cost you $53,725.
Would it be fair to say that we would be getting this dividend back anyhow, and it's been going somewhere?
The dividend comes, as John explained it, Mr. McIntyre explained it to me, the dividend and the 7.5% safety discount come from how we monitor the plan and do we make all the requirements of the plan that is required for ACCG. That's going to the training classes, monitoring the points, and then of course doing the other things that they give us. We are actually getting our checklist in. They are not printed yet. I wanted to include that so you would see that. But that's what affects those two pieces. The volume discount we get regardless. We exist and we get that, so that can't count ever.
Okay.
And then the mod rate, we are actually paying in $31,000, and the lower we can get that mod rate, the lower that goes. But I can't guarantee a reduction in that, so I didn't mention. It's something you can hit on, but I can't guarantee it at this point. So the only thing I had that was solid was the fact that we have the dividend, we were able to get the 7.5% discount, and we were able to reduce the unemployment costs at this point.
All right. Joanna, did you have something to say? Looked like you was fixing to stand up. I'm having a hard time seeing where we're saving money. It looks like we're just creating another position and we're going to have to figure a way to fund it somewhere.
Let me say this, I looked at this a little bit earlier today.
Joanna, pull that mic to you.
I'm sorry. I looked at this a little bit earlier today. I agree with Rush on the first contention that it will reduce our overall workers' comp rate in that calculation. I looked just at what we had been receiving. And I think for the most part, we receive a great deal of these discounts. I think the difference is that when we're monitoring this, that we can build upon those discounts. I think at least a great portion of that 90,000 we're already receiving, except for that 16,000 that she calculated. However, as she mentioned, excuse me, got sinus running now. I think the difference is that when we monitor these claims, we're able to ensure that those modification rates do not increase. And we're able to ensure that we get these people off these particular pieces quicker and reduce those modification rates, which would increase our overall safety factor and percentage that we're able to get. I don't know that it necessarily equates to $90,000.
One of the points was that she was saying basically because of lack of time and staffing, a couple of things have been overlooked that ended up being able to be caught that could save us, that's saving us money. And if you have enough time to do that, ultimately you think you could do that more, is what you were saying, is that right?
Now that it's not fragmented and it's under one roof, we're able to at least to see all the reports together, which is helping us greatly. The safety discount section, that 7.5% is never guaranteed. That can be 0.00 if we don't make the requirements. And that does require safety meetings. That requires, like I said, there's a checklist that we have to meet for that audit to receive that. And the rest of it.
That requires things like we have to pass out different pieces of information. We have to get signatures from all the employees. Most of that stuff I think is in place. The difference, I believe, in this particular issue,
We're behind on two things.
is because of the fact that we can receive better ratings than what we're currently receiving. And I think that would come with monitoring this information. The difference is, I think we are working more in tandem than we've ever worked before. And I think that, comes from the fact that we are able to see all these pieces at this point. I would say many of these pieces I myself have never seen.
Right.
Until.
And both of us had never seen them until recently. And we're able to, as I said, put them all out and find out how they interconnect, because your reports do interconnect. For example, we may process workers' compensation, but we were never part of the safety meetings to report on where they were going. So we never saw the loss run.
In the past, too many people have not had the full picture so that they can work together and figure out how to make things better.
I think with that said, it needs to be a comprehensive piece between admin, finance, and HR, because otherwise we lose that same exact thing in a document.
One thing I wanted to ask is, I just want to ask this, is there a reason that it would be a problem to look at this within the budget cycle, like in 2 to 3 months, so that when we're looking at everybody's request at one time and we know what that full budget for next year is going to be, we can have some consideration in it that way?
It's something that I did consider for you. I'll be very honest with you, taking on the program, we are behind, and it's now under my jurisdiction and roof, so to speak. We're behind on training, we're behind on safety meetings, and we're behind on accident report pieces that John went over with us yesterday. Those are things that have to be done. Although I may not need a complete full-time person at this point, I can certainly put that in the budget. Anything additional help beyond what we're doing would be helpful. We are maxed out in time, and we're having a very hard time getting these things scheduled.
How many 40-hour positions do you have now?
Myself and 2 others. And one of them is a payroll position that does the whole payroll section. That was moved a few years ago, so.
I think
the third person in your office
is just working on a temporary piece. That was a transition. They're finishing out just some things on a transition right now. I originally had 40 hours and I broke that into 2 part-time positions instead of a full-time to save the county on benefits at the time.
Okay.
But then we moved those 2 positions out of my office.
So how much longer is that part-time person going to be there?
Friday.
So in fact, how many hours has she been?
30 hours average a week.
So you're basically doing away with a 30-hour part-time person and replacing it with a 40-hour person?
That's what I was asking, but honestly, if I could have 30 hours, I would take that. I was just looking at the difference. The difference is benefits, and it does make a difference. And I know that we have to look at some way to not hit the budget when we do that. And I was trying to find out where we made strides, if we made any.
Was that person a temporary person or a part-time person? How are they allotted?
She's temporary part-time right now.
Like not allotted to your office, but you were able to just pull her and use her?
Right, because she had some of my pieces with, she'd like accepted applications and did some things, and when we did the full-time hire in the reception area, we still had to transition for a couple weeks out. And all of my information had to leave that area, so I had to bring it all back in.
So you have been paying for 30 hours?
The admin has been paid 30 hours because anyone in that position has been all over the place.
Okay, so that 30 hours is not budgeted to your department?
Not anymore because I don't have that position anymore.
Okay.
That position's been moved to purchasing
And see, when I walk around, I just see bodies in your area, and, I say, well, they're in here, they're yours. And
they're not all mine.
Yeah,
They were all mine.
I think the difference and the importance here is as we have said for several years now, is that when we are able to have some time to sit down and actually look at things, rather than, just churning them out, that we then are able to ascertain different ways in which we can do things better. And I think that's proof in the pudding with this, is that we finally have been able to pull all those pieces together. Whether or not it would require a full-time person, I don't know. I do think it's something that we need to look at and to ascertain exactly how we can ensure that we can stay on top of it.
Right. I don't want to lose it either. That's my other.
All right, in your present budget for this year, this fiscal year, do you have enough in your budget to maintain that 30-hour part-time person that you have there now through this year? Or would it take a budget amendment to?
Probably, it's something Joanna and I can look into and bring back. I'm not sure because since we moved a position to purchasing and we have now a full-time receptionist, what was allotted to Maps doesn't exist, so I don't know how much we're over at this point.
I would say that based off of the fact that we have the emergency hire hours within Department 15, that availability would be there at least through the end of the year in order to then readdress this at budget time and see exactly where we are at that point.
This board can take whatever action, but personally, I'm not ready to make a decision to give you another 40-hour permanent person in that office today.
Okay.
I still think there's some realignment of personnel that needs to happen in this county, and I'm not convinced that we need to be growing government.
Okay.
That's my opinion.
Which could mean.
It could mean that person needs to be in your office. But tonight, I'm personally not ready to recommend doing that.
I would like to look at it comprehensively at budget time, if we can figure out how to get you through.
But if you've got all this stuff that has to get done, I don't want to cripple us and cost us money and lose money on our reports and dividends and stuff like that. So if you've got enough money to get you through the end of budget, I would say that person needs to stay, or you need to get somebody else that is trained to do specifically what needs to be done.
Okay.
And let's deal with this in our budget process.
Because if we don't and we regress, then we lose what we already have.
That's correct. You see, we don't need to back up, but I don't know that we need to jump out and spend more money.
I agree.
But please understand, this is just one part that when we're able to sit down and have some time to look at it.
Well, this is the most frustrating thing, I think I've said this before. Owning a business, I can make my own decisions and I know how to. Government is this entity that just lives and breathes out there, and it seems like over here doesn't help over here, and it's just mind-boggling.
It's the difference also with having these particular reports. Rush can sit there and look at these reports and say, goodness, we need to do something. I can look at these reports and say, goodness, we need to do something. But neither one of us have had those reports.
Well, as this is a review, I don't think it takes a vote, unless somebody corrects me.
I think she was asking for a vote. Was it on?
It's a recommendation from the
It
board
was
is to
alternative number one. But
Is it? Well, there are alternatives.
that we could make the motion to consider it during budget.
Well, I
And I think you did on,
I think you did on it too.
And then I will entertain a motion if somebody wants to. As long as you can assure me that we're not going to be doing something that's going to be detrimental to this money we're getting back.
No.
And it's going to get our objectives done.
I want to make sure that we pass our audit. I want to make sure that we have 2 audits with this. We have a workers' compensation audit and we will have a safety audit. The workers' compensation audit will come up in usually April. It depends on when they want to do it. And then John just told us they will not be auditing us in the second quarter. They'll be auditing us in the third quarter, and that's an ACCG change. And that was my concern, but if that can be done with what's left currently in the budget, I'm happy with that.
It sounds like to me, if we make the motion to take this up at budget time, that we don't need to add deeper to the motion because internally you guys can figure out a way to budget for the rest of the year. Is that correct?
We already do the workers' comp audit, that's part of what we do right now.
It's got my motion, is that correct? I don't have to add anything?
Correct.
Okay, that's what I just want to be sure.
Because anything that would take them, as long as you have funding in your present fiscal budget, we don't have to do a budget amendment. We are not taking an action to add funding, which we would have to do to create a new 40-hour position.
The difference is y'all understanding where we're taking that from. It's not from a position that's within Department 15.
It's within your emergency.
That's correct.
We heard that.
Okay.
Yeah. I didn't understand that at first, but I got it.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
All right, well, I'll take a motion if somebody wants to give it to me.
I'll make a motion that we take this item up for reconsideration during the budget period.
I'll second. A motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So carried.
not opposed, but I'm confused what we're voting on when it says review of it.
It has all the.
Read it off.
I see the ordinance,
It
but,
does have all the.
but the.
Basically, what she's needing right now is covered in this year's fiscal budget.
We just gotta go and continue like.
I'm right, I mean, I got what we're doing.
But she's
That's
making,
the way it's worded.
but
Way
she's
we-
making
yeah.
us aware that she's wanting at budget time an additional person, and that's where she's headed.
Well, she was asking now, but if you read the recommendation, you would know, you read the recommendation
I got the recommendations and alternatives, it was just the way it's
word.
listed on the agenda as a review of it, we reviewed it. It's not really calling for any actions.
So what we just did was we tossed it down to staff that's working on budget recommendations and took it off of us until we have to approve that budget.
So show me he's voting
Right.
for that, Stephanie.
That's what we just did.
Exactly.
Just show me he's voting for that, didn't
Keep
actually.
doing what you're
Say
doing
that.
until budget time.
You do it when I'm doing the budget time, isn't it?
That's what we just did.
All right.
Next item, consideration to approve the final plat and warranty deed for Raven Estates Phase 3. Mr. Leota?
Thank you.
Oh, no, I don't have to leave now.
Raven Estates is located off of Scuttletown Road. This is Phase 3. The board approved Phase 2 of the subdivision back in December of 2011. This is a subdivision that's on a private water system. The difference between Phase 2 and Phase 3, Phase 2 essentially was the lots within the back part of that subdivision that were able to have individual septic tanks. They had to take several of the lots, actually 22 of them total, and put them on a community septic system because of an issue with the soils in the back part of that subdivision. So this is the remaining lots. They did get a permit from EPD just a few months ago for the operation of the community septic system, so they can move forward with this. It's permitted through EPD. Other than that, this is relatively straightforward. As-bills were turned in a couple of years ago as part of Phase 2. They've already been reviewed. Everything's been taken care of in the past. As far as Phase 2 goes, for Phase 3, there's just a trivial amount of additional infrastructure that we're accepting. It's the infrastructure maintenance security for the purposes of this is only $5,500, which is 10% of the value of the infrastructure in Phase 3, excluding, of course, the water lines and the sewer lines and the community septic system, of course. Staff has reviewed everything. You should have in your books a final plat document, final plat checklist, and a warranty deed. Everything seems to be in order. You may recall, or at least the chairman may recall, that there was an issue with a pipe coming through one of the lots from the neighboring subdivision, White Bluff. That issue's been taken care of. The folks in Raven have relocated the pipe that formerly cut through the middle of their proposed lot to an edge of the lot, and you can actually see it on the plat. There's actually now an easement on lot 55 showing that lot, that pipe essentially is going to come down the back side of the lot and then cut between lots 55 and 54 instead of cutting right through the middle of lot 55. And the reason for that is because it was originally installed down a proposed lot line, but when this issue came down with the soils and the community septic system, they had to rejigger the lot line, so to speak. So it ended up in the middle of the lot line, so now they had to actually slide the pipe over out of the way. So that has been taken care of. Everything is good to go, unless you have any questions. Staff recommends approval.
Just tell me about the roads. Where are we at are these county roads?
It will be county road through phase 1 and phase 2 as of today. Once you execute this deed, phase 3 roads will become county road as well.
Because we were taking the flat and deep.
Yes, ma'am. This is under the current ordinance, obviously, just like
To be sure we're not.
Doing it right now?
that we're-
doing plat and deed. That's correct. It's very clear that we're taking ownership of the road and drainage in phase 3.
Do we have a drainage easement, or is there a need for us for that issue
The drainage easement is shown on lot 55 of this plat. Yes.
and the deed is giving the county rights on all drainage easements?
If you'll bear with me, I'll try to pull it up.
And I'm asking.
I believe so, yes.
To be specific, because I know this affects the other.
The other subdivision next door, yes, sir.
And I want to be sure it's not a lot there just with a drainage easement shown on it that we can have another issue with.
I believe it is taken up in the Exhibit A. Grantee all of the convey to the grantee all of its interest in the aforementioned streets and right-of-way, including all curb and gutter drainage improvements associated therewith. It would seem to me that would include the deed, but perhaps the attorney may feel differently. If you want, we could certainly add a statement to the Exhibit A specifically referring to the easement on lot 55 to make it a little more clear.
And I'm not an attorney, but I would feel more comfortable stating specifically that drainage easement because it drained from other lands across this.
From another subdivision, yes, sir.
And putting that in there specifically and all other.
It certainly couldn't hurt. I mean, I would defer to the attorney as to whether or not this warranty deed as currently constructed technically does provide that or not, or whether it needs to be more specific. I certainly, either way, whatever.
Elizabeth, to enlighten you, there was an issue that this developer came, and first what they were basically accusing us of is allowing someone else to drain onto their property. And we had no part of it. So, it's all gotten cleared up now, but still I would just like for this issue not to be able to come back up at some point.
Certainly don't disagree.
Well, did you say, does it say it says all easements, but are you questioning because there's been a change to the plat? Is that what it is?
Essentially, right. It doesn't specifically refer to drainage easements outside of the right-of-way. It infers, at least in my reading of it, that the drainage easements that they are conveying would be those within the right-of-way or adjacent to the right-of-way. So this is one, because it cuts between two lots, isn't necessarily directly adjacent to the right-of-way, although it does come up to the right-of-way. So, I don't think it's necessarily that it doesn't convey that, it just maybe doesn't clearly convey it.
I don't know anything about it. I haven't heard any of these issues until now, so.
Well, in reading Exhibit A, it's conveying all drainage improvements, not necessarily that drainage easement. So I don't think it would be a bad idea to require just a small sentence in there conveying a specific drainage easement that's on lot 55, although it is shown in the plat.
Well, because they were really adamant there for us allowing someone else to drain across their land. And I just would hate for this to come back up later on.
There's nothing wrong with trying to be very clear in making sure that that easement is granted to Effingham County, and I don't have any reason to think that they would be objecting in any way to adding a clause to that sentence saying specifically including drainage easements on lot 55.
And I'm not trying to leave you commissioners out. Do y'all have questions about what I'm talking about?
Oh, I'm totally left out. I had no idea whatsoever what you're talking about.
If you look in this package if you look in this package on,
Well, I see the plat, but I see the drainage easement.
between lots 55 and 54. Now correct me, Steve, I think it would have been across lot 54.
No, sir, lot 55.
55, okay.
It formally cut down the middle of lot 55 and hit that easement in between 21 and 22 across the street.
Yeah, first I get a phone call from the developer who is telling me that we allow drainage from another development back here across their property and wanted the county to go out and fix it.
All right, so this subdivision was draining somewhere else, or somewhere else draining to the
No,
subdivision?
sir. White Bluff subdivision next door, which is to the, let me make sure I orient myself correctly on the map, to the east of this subdivision. It's very next door. These properties shown that are bordering up on lots 57, 56, and 55 on the plat to the east, or to the bottom side as the thing is drawn. That's White Bluff subdivision. It existed prior to Reagan.
Actually, years old.
So the drainage from White Bluff was coming out of White Bluff's pond, which is in that back corner lot, and going into the wetlands, which you can see that are now essentially between phase 1 and phase 2 of Raven, before there was a Raven.
Yeah.
Well,
So then what happens is we go back and look at their engineer for this development, for Raven Estates. And Ernie's son-in-law that signed off on it, and Gary was saying nobody had the authority to do it except for Ernest, who is now deceased.
Right.
So, this thing went back and forth, and finally they just moved the drainage over and fixed it and finished their lots. And
And the reason this wasn't included on the staff report was because it was addressed as far as this is concerned. I mean, they agreed to move the pipe themselves, so the issue was resolved. So it just wasn't something
The
that.
main thing for us to take on is to just be sure that we're safe in the way that we take it. We're going to take it and just being safe in that.
Absolutely.
And that's all I'm saying. I don't have a problem with taking the subdivision, as long as we're good with our ponds and everything else. I just, because of the history that we had on it, I would feel better to be specific.
I certainly don't disagree in any way.
Along that easement.
Certainly couldn't hurt.
So you would want a motion to approve with the addition of specifically adding the easement on lot 55 to be included.
To be included on Exhibit A of the warranty.
55.
Right.
Be included, say that again, sorry?
Yeah, the clause for the drainage easement on lot 55 to be added to Exhibit A of the warranty deed. Yes, ma'am.
And at that, we've got it covered, they acknowledge it, and it won't come back then to the highest.
No, by all means.
No other discussion? I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion for staff recommendation to approve alternative number. For the final yes, with adding the clause to specifically include adding lot 55 drainage easement to Exhibit A on the warranty deed.
Have a motion on the floor.
Second.
And a second. All in favor?
No.
Any opposed? So carried.
Thank you. I'm going to relocate myself for the next agenda.
Thank you.
All right. Nothing to follow.
Just going to
Discussion of water and sewer rates and fees.
Oh, bear with me for a moment. We're going to put some stuff on the screen for you to take a look at. Joanna.
How long is that going to take you?
Just put it on the screen. Not long.
Let's take a couple minutes.
Yeah, let's take
And since then, we have been working with the EFC on trying to put together a model of our water and sewer finances and rates. The UNC Environmental Finance Center has this spreadsheet tool that they will work with you on. This actually is funded by DCA, so thank you to DCA for their limited funding to help UNC work with us on this. Basically, over the last 6 months or so, Joanna and I've been going back and forth with the gentleman named Shadi Eskaf in the Chapel Hill office up there. Shadi, with a very nice accent, yes. On putting basically this tool together and adapting it to our circumstances. This is a tool that they use to actually model potential water and sewer rates. It's based on a 20-year projection, and it basically will take all of your input data, which I'll go through in a minute, and just spit you out a whole bunch of charts and data based on what will happen to your system based on whatever rates model you choose. So I have many different spreadsheets here I can work with potential scenarios, but I don't want to necessarily monopolize the discussion or try to tell you that anything that I'm going to put forth here is the right answer or the only answer or the best answer in any way, shape, or form. What we really need from the board is direction and guidance from your perspective as to what do you want our water and sewer rates and fees to accomplish. And so we'll kind of run through the way the tool works, and then you guys can tell me if there's anything else you want to model or any other sorts of changes you want to make to what you want the rates to accomplish. We can actually type it into the spreadsheet and talk about it tonight, or we can just send you guys the spreadsheet and y'all can play with it. There's a number of ways you can do this. This is over the front page of the model. I'll show you kind of how it works real quick. There's 2 data input pages and several output pages. This particular page is essentially our rate structures. So if you look at this particular column here under existing, this is our existing rate structure. So we currently, for residential structures, have a $10 base rate for water, and then a tiered rate system that goes from $228 to $250 to $272 for the increasing blocks. And of course, that's conservation rates as mandated by EPD. In the state, we're required to have increasing block type of conservation rate. So that's where that shows. Current sewer base rate is $15, and you see the blocks there, 262, 290, and 318 for residential blocks, 0 to 5, 5,000 to 10, and 10 and over. So on this side, you will see the commercial rates, base rate of $25, 250, 272, and 295, and then the sewer base rate of $30 a month, 290, 327, and 346 for the 3 blocks. There also is a place to put in your connection fees. This is our, whether it's tap fees, connection fees, what have you, it all goes in lumped into this particular category here. You'll notice our sewer fees are $2,600. You'll notice that we do not include the $1,300 reuse fee here. That is because the $1,300 reuse fee is essentially totally pledged. Every money that we receive in $1,300 impact fees, reuse fees that are paid is paid out to the owner of Staffordshire who constructed the spray field in which we are depositing most of the reused water. So that's why there isn't that $1,300 doesn't appear here, because it's essentially not something that we really receive, it's just a pass-through fee like that. And as far as the water fees go, you may not recognize these numbers. That's actually based on the water fee and the meter fee combined. The existing being prior to a few months back when you guys changed the meter fee from $500 to $550. This is based on $2,000 plus $500, which is $2,500, minus the $900 that goes to the city of Savannah for every reduced connection. So essentially, our take home of the water fee, if you look at water fees, if you look at it that way, is $1,600. Under the old fees, $1,650 since you raised the rates for water meters to $550 recently. So all that goes in. What you put in here is the accounts. Right now, as of December 31st of last year, we have approximately 1,000 residential water customers, and about 600 of those are on sewer. Very few, as you can see, commercial customers. We are projecting a growth rate of 10%. That's just a guess, but it's based on the last 5 years average. The last 5 years has been roughly right at about 10%. Granted, now that was a mixture of some 5 and 6% growth rates in the bad times, and as high as 20% last year. But averaging that out comes up to about 10%, and really that's not terribly far off from the longer-term average. So it seems like that's a reasonable number to start with. Obviously, that's one of the things that we'll talk about changing, in some of the other scenarios. The other thing that's projected here is 1% for uncollected bills. So that's sort of the inputs on the rates that are current. This is the column here for 2014 new, where we would put in whatever projected rates that you would like to model. For example purposes, the UNC Finance Center, EFC, suggested that we look at a rate structure that was based on just tripling our existing rates. Not that that's necessarily what we need to do. Again, I want to be real clear, that's not necessarily a proposal that we want you to vote on in any way, but it's just a scenario to show you what the outputs would be if you tripled the rates. So you see here's a column showing tripled, all of the numbers being tripled. When you flip over to the second input page, this is some information about water usage. Obviously, in order for it to be able to calculate how much the charges are for each block, you have to know what the usage is. So Joanna provided this information. This is essentially an average month of how much goes into rate block 1, rate block 2, rate block 3 for residential water, residential sewer, commercial water, commercial sewer. Obviously, we see the vast majority of our usage is in the residential, obviously, since we're vast majority of our customers are residential. You see that this is irrigation block is blank because we don't have any irrigation rates. Our reuse rates are 0 as of now. This is the section for our actual expenses, and this is based on the fiscal year end June 30th, 2012, because we don't have the audited numbers from last fiscal year yet. Certainly, when we get those numbers in, we can replace them. They're going to be fairly similar to this. Our expenses have been fairly flat over the last 5 years anyway, so there's not going to be a lot of change in any of these numbers, but we'll certainly update them if the board wants to see that in the future. This particular line item I do want to bring your attention to. This is not an actual expenditure. This is a projection. Essentially, I'll try to explain this in some way, shape, or form. For most utilities will have a 5-year or mid-range capital plan that they are projecting to spend X number of dollars in capital improvements or capital repairs over the foreseeable short-term future. This is where you would put that information into the model. We don't really have that per se because our system is all brand new, so we don't have capital maintenance items. We're not out there replacing, a mile of gravity sewer, for example, that's gone back or anything along those lines. So we don't generally put aside money for that, nor do we do anything other than just routine sort of repairs and maintenance. You'll see, for example, here is the line item for routine repairs and maintenance. But the EFC folks suggested that we look at possibly 15% of our depreciation as being a reasonable number to put in for essentially a cash contribution, if you want to look at it that way, to capital reserves or capital expenditures that may occur in the future. This number, again, doesn't have any real meaning in and of itself, but for now we're not spending that, but in the future we'll be spending that and much more. One of the things you need to keep in mind about that number is if you were to take for example, let's just say a 30-year lifespan of most of the equipment for the water and sewer system, and you take $171,000 and multiply by 30 years, you get $5.1 million. Obviously, we have about more than $30 million worth of equipment in the water and sewer system. So obviously, in the long term, $171,000 is nowhere near enough. But at the same time, right now, we're not really spending anything on capital repairs or capital expenses. So it's just sort of a hedge, if you want to look at it that way, towards future expenditures.
But by the same token, we put that in there also because we knew that there would be additional expansion and so forth that would be necessary. And as such, in part, could help to cash flow. That amount could help cash flow any additional payments that might be needed.
It would be technically incorrect to put nothing there because that would be assuming going forward for 20 years that we're never going to have any cash, capital expenditures. Obviously, we're going to. She's exactly right. It's just a matter of time before we're going to have to do some of these things. It's just really out there in the future, so to speak. One thing I also want to bring to your attention is that this model excludes all expenditures and revenues related to the power plant. You all recall the deal that the county made with the power plant back in 2002, I think, if memory serves me right, before I was here, or any of us were here. The rate that we charge the power plant on a monthly basis is exactly the same rate that Savannah charges us for the water that they use. We make nothing on their water. So there's no point in even including it in the conversation because it's irrelevant to this model. We take the expenses out, we take the revenues out, the whole thing just goes to the side. So do be aware of that. This is a schedule of the debt service payments. As you all may or may not know, we pay, this is an expression of the 4 loans that we're paying on a monthly basis. Is how much we pay on a monthly basis times 12 comes out to $2,223,000 on an annual basis. So there's your debt service as well. So that is all essentially of the data inputs. There are some assumptions that you need to be aware of. They put in an assumption of 3.6% on utility expenses going forward. That's just a generalized looking at what we've had in the past and what they see as a reasonable figure. They don't see any real issue with that. The things that you need to be aware of also is that this model contains, it was essentially a price elasticity factor here in this column, in this cell. Essentially what that's saying is that every time you raise rates by 10%, customers are going to reduce their usage by about 3%. That's a very well scientifically validated number. The problem is that it doesn't extend out to very large rate increases. So if you're looking at it, for example, a double, or what's modeled on here is a triple of a rate increase, a 200% increase, that would indicate that you would be looking at a 60% reduction in water usage. Obviously, that's not exactly right. So depending on what we model going forward as far as how much rate increases we really want to look at, anything more than about 10 or 20% rate increases, we probably need to be looking at adjusting this price elasticity factor in this particular step. So I did want to bring that to your attention. Other than that, we're not projecting any much change in year-over-year usage per capita on the residential side. It does appear that our commercial per capita usage or per connection usage has been trailing down. So we'll include a decrease on that going forward. Obviously, there's really no way to know what will happen with commercial usage going forward. So that's all the inputs to this particular model. So for the example of our existing rates, which is this dotted line, and the blue line, solid line, which is the projected rates based on a tripling of the rates, which is just one scenario, obviously. We showed that we would essentially, this is the fund balance, so the fund balance would trickle down under the current rates to negative 20 some odd million. But really, to me, this is really more, this portion of the chart is really more appropriate to look at. Essentially what this is showing is that based on our current rates, we will continue to be in the negative on operating ratio, which is obviously the ratio of the revenues to expenses. So our expenses are higher than our revenue. Going forward and projecting forward under our current model for the existing rates all the way out to 2028. We will continue to have negative or less than 1 operating ratio or losses, if you want to look at that. And certainly that 2028 is very clearly a function of, I get to come over here, the debt service payments that expire in 2029 and 2030. So basically about the time that we stop paying debt service payments is about the time we stop being in the negative as far as operating ratios under the current rates. Now, under the scenario of tripling the rates, just as an example, that would show that our operating ratio would come back to the positive sometime in 2023. So that brings it back by about 5 years, a little over 5 years. But it's certainly, again, still 9 years out in the future, even if we were to triple rates. So I do want you to understand that based on what we have as inputs to this model, and including all the debt service and everything that is in here, current rates and even tripling rates doesn't really provide any positive cash flow, for lack of a better term, until at least 2020. All right. There's, please do.
Where's the industrial reflected? Because you've got residential and commercial, but I don't see, is industrial, oh, I'm sorry.
Is industrial included in this? Essentially what we'd be looking at is, I apologize when I get to the right spot. These 30 commercial water and commercial sewer would be inclusive of basically everything that's non-residential. So whether they're commercial, truly commercial customers or industrial customers, they would all fall into this.
The big industrial user, you're not even calculating.
But right, but keeping in mind that the power plant is not involved at all in this, right?
They're not in this?
Yes, ma'am. You're leaving the power plant out because
It's a wash.
it's a wash. You make no money on the water that we sell. Savannah charges us a rate, and we charge that same rate to the power company based on our contract. We have a contract with them that requires us to charge them the same rate that Savannah charges us. So they're not even in the model because we can't change their rate even if we wanted to. So that's why they're,
Ever, or does their?
for the length of the contract,
I thought their contract actually had like after a certain period of years.
That's with Savannah, I think.
after a certain years, I did, when I finished,
How long's the contract that we can't change the rate
I
over?
believe it's 20 years, but I would have to go back and be absolutely certain of that. I didn't bring it with me, but I believe it's a 20-year contract.
How many gallons do they?
They have been using in the past upwards of 500 to 600 million gallons a year. You want to divide that out, it's about 1.5 million gallons a day over the last several years. However, in the last 6 months or so, they've been using way less than that. As a matter of fact, in this last month, they used barely even 100,000 gallons in the whole month.
And so whatever lines that were run, because we don't have a flushing problem there, we have flushing problems in other areas, is that right?
Generally speaking, yes, we don't really flush on the 36-inch main anymore when the power plant is running. However, like in this last month, for example, we have had to turn on flushing at the plant, at the treatment plant, because it's right next door to the power plant, and it basically draws water through that 36-inch main that isn't going to the power plant, for example, like in the month of February. But yes, generally speaking, 99% of our flushing outside of the month of February of this year is on the stems of the lines on the 16-inch mains where all the residences are, not on the 36-inch line. Where was that? Anybody other have any questions while I'm paused? Does any other thoughts or anything come to your head?
Go back to your chart where you said, so tripling it, we're only decreasing just a few years.
Right, essentially tripling the rates. Now keeping in mind that tripling the rates also, because of this price elasticity factor, results in 60% decreases in water usage. So, for example, we could reduce that to, let's say, let me put this in.
Well, the main point of that to me is that
Let's take it out, for example, and show you what happens.
the main point of that to me is you can't have a few users on a large system that pay for everything. We can never, you can't get the rates to where those few people cover it.
Even if we take out the price elasticity altogether, we're still looking at the mid-2018, 2019, before even a tripling of rates would get us to the point of having.
One of the issues with this particular model is that it assumes that everything stays constant.
Right.
Once you put in those percentages,
everything changes.
It's even keel over those 20 years. So it's difficult to necessarily use this model to gauge what may happen.
Right, because you can't go in there and put in, well, in 5 years, it will, like get this many more, and then after 5 years, we expect that the growth rate in the system will increase to this percentage, or after this year, later on, it stays flat, 10%,
For
entirely
instance, in showing that one particular thing, if that elasticity is not there and we don't lose any usage, the difference that it could make.
Do you, I'm sorry, do you have the numbers handy about how many users we do have? This is all.
It's in here, that's right. Under this column right here, we have 1,000, as of 12/31 of 2013, we have 1,000 residential customers and approximately 600 residential sewer customers. And about 30 commercial, non-residential customers. Let's just call this non-residential for purposes of discussion.
That's actually a little bit of progress.
I'm sorry?
That's a little bit of progress.
Yes, ma'am, we put in about 100 in, record. You know, I brought this for a reason. We put in 167 meters in calendar year 2013. So, yes.
167 new users to water and?
No, that's just for water. Certainly a percentage of them are sewer. Probably the majority of them are sewer, but not all of them. I don't have that broken out. I don't have it broken out by meter installs.
With such low numbers, that's 15%.
Right, exactly. I mean, yes, the last year we did 20% for the year.
So you could say you had 15% increase in water sewer customers that, since then.
If we were to put in, right, if we were to put in, for example, right here, 15% growth rate a year instead of 10, now see what happens to the chart. You see now there, where all of a sudden we're basically crossing the line. It's hard to even tell because we're so far out here on that, but under the tripling of the rates, we'd be somewhere in the neighborhood of 2015. Even under the existing rates, that start bringing it back to about 2022, even under the existing rates. But do keep in mind that we did just we just now put in, I'm sorry, it's underdated, 0 for price elasticity. Of course, 0 isn't right. I mean, there is going to be some price elasticity. It's just how much do people stop, how much do they reduce their water usage when their bill starts going up?
Since the point of what you're doing is to get feedback from commissioners, I can just say, every time I hear you say triple the rates, I get a chest pain.
Well, obviously, we're certainly not suggesting that the board would consider tripling the rates. It's just an example of the way the spreadsheet works.
I know.
Right, and that's all it is. It is just an example, and whatever gets put in the paper, I hope, isn't that anyone is suggesting or considering tripling the rates. It's just a way to show you how it works.
I think as long as all of us know, and I know we all know this, that we're bringing in a couple $100,000 a year in revenue and spending about $200,000 a month in payments.
Yep.
We all know that's not good. It's going to take a long time for it to work out.
There are many other scenarios that I have just thrown basically at the wall. If you guys are interested in spending some more time, I can run through a few more of them. If you don't want to see all these other scenarios, please cut me off and tell me if you're not interested.
I think the difference for staff is that what we want to make sure of is that y'all are aware of this information. We try to present something like it each year. And excuse me, my voice is gone this evening. The difference is to keep you abreast of the issues, and also too to understand that we have had increases from the city of Savannah for our water rates. And so we lose those margins when we do nothing. And so what we wanted to do was, we do have a schedule of fees that's coming up for the budget process. And so we wanted to keep y'all informed of this so that you understand that staff is looking at it and that perhaps we can do something to simply maintain those margins at least with the rates with the city of Savannah.
I would agree with that.
Just for your edification, in April of 2013, the city of Savannah's rates went from $1.78 to $1.84 a thousand, so an increase of 6 cents a thousand, which is a 3.3% rate increase. As of April 1st of this year, the rates are going up from $1.84 to $1.89. So a 5 cent.
189?
189, yes, sir. And that would be about a 2.7% increase. So basically, based on both of those, over the last 2 years, we haven't changed our rates in the 2 years. So there's been 2 steps. So it's up to a 6.2% increase from Savannah in our water costs. That would be reflected essentially, if you want to look at it, let me go back to this one. Essentially, that's reflected in this inflation of utility expenses item. It's not perfect, obviously, because in theory, this is across the board, across all of our expenses, whereas really the city of Savannah rate increase only applies to the water purchase section of all of our expenditures. So don't, what Joanna's saying is perfectly correct, and you're absolutely right. We're losing margin every time they go up on their rates. We lose margin on the amount of money that we're essentially additionally losing if you want to look at it that way. But at the same time,
have they gone every single year since we signed with them?
yes, they have. And I went back and researched this afternoon. It was $1.36 in 2007, went to $1.44 in 2008, $1.52 in 2009, $1.62 in 2010, $1.68 in 2011, $1.73 in 2012. So basically, since as far back as I could go, to $1.36. It's gone up from $1.36 to now $1.84 starting in April of 2014. So basically, over the last 8 years, it's going up. A grand total of almost 40%.
Is that is a quarter of our expenditure.
Right.
And it's been 2 years since we raised our fees.
Yes, sir.
And essentially, this was an upshot of some previous discussions about water and sewer rates that we, essentially, the board's direction at that time was we need some sort of rate study before we can try to determine what it is that we need to do with rates going forward. So the intent of this was to be sort of a rate study for y'all to see what is going on with our system. This is not meant to, in any way, shape, or form, compare us to anyone else. Our system isn't like everybody else's. We are just brand new to this game in the last 5 or 6 years, whereas all of our competitors, if you want to look at it that way, in the local area, built all of their water and sewer systems in the 70s and the 80s, back when we get federal grants, and built most of it for free, and don't have the sort of debt service that we have.
The difference with this, though, is that it has been a good exercise and one that we can keep doing. And the information that we've been able to retrieve from them about comparable rates, and those are the pieces that we want to bring back to you during the review of the schedule of fees, so that you're understanding where we're coming from.
Right, so again, to be clear, exactly what we're saying, this tool here is just simply a way to model our system and our expenses and our rates. If you want to look at competitors or people, let's not say competitors, let's say our neighbors, let's let that one. Suppliers. Even our suppliers. This tool is also out there. This is an actual internet tool that anyone can use. You guys can go to this website. It's actually linked on GFA's website. You can also just Google UNC Rate Dashboard Georgia, and you can actually find this website. But you just select from the drop-down box Effingham County, and there's a zillion other companies and localities in there, and you can compare yourself to any of a number of different comparison groups. For example, you can compare against everybody within 50 miles of us, and our rate structure, for example, against 40 other utilities within 50 miles of us. This is how we compare. These sorts of things show how we compare. We're generally, for our water bill at 5,000, we're generally in the middle.
I don't know if the rest of them got this, but I was able to get an ACCG training on this.
It's a terrific tool, and it definitely is super helpful when you're looking at the concept of comparing yourself to others. But I do want to be really clear that comparing ourselves to others is comparing us to other entities whose systems are not like ours.
They don't have the debt we have. We understand.
Right. And there's a way to There's a way to compare the water bills. There's a way to compare just the sewer bills, and there's a way to compare the water and the sewer. So it's all out there. We could do any of a number of things with this, or you guys can research this yourselves. We can send you the spreadsheet. You can play with it yourselves. We can do a number of things at this point. What we're looking for at this point is guidance and direction from the board as to what you guys want to see moving forward.
Our base charge of $10 does not include any gallon, correct?
You are correct. The base rate, previously, when I started here, it did include some trivial amount, I think maybe 2,000 gallons or something to that effect, but yes, now it does not. All of the base rates are exclusive. They are the same rate every month, regardless of usage.
That's helpful.
Do you know the average usage for our customers? Does it run 7,000 or so gallons?
I don't believe we have that information here in this.
We did, we had to submit it to him to get the breaks. Generally, I would say for the most part, our average bill.
72.9?
If you look at it this way, right, this number divided by the total number of customers, 7298. So that's a perfectly good number to use, 7298. So using that particular, in this particular portion of the model, you can see that if you just use the 7,000, our current rates break out to about $25 to $30 a month for the 7-ish thousand rate on the water. Sewer, a little over that, looks like more like about 35 bucks or so for an average type customer. There's a lot more in this. There's tons of information because I can spend a week going over this.
It's neat. We all got that. It's neat. I think though, from directions side, to say what y'all think, but I think we need to try to follow in line.
Yeah.
Pass the rate of increase along from what cities charging us. Obviously, we can't ask the users that are on the system right now to cover the service debt or service the debt. And that's no way that would happen. But at least the users need to pay at least what we're paying for.
Let me show you another scenario just out of
What are we charging right now?
for what are our current rates?
We absorbed a couple of years ago.
They're right here. It's a tier rate structure. It's right here. Our current, like for water for residential, is $10 base rate, $228 for the first 5,000 gallons, $250 for the next 5,000 gallons, and $272 for everything over 10,000.
Well, what he said confused me because we are covering that, right? We're just not. We're not covering the increase.
We're not covering the, that's correct.
Yeah, the last two increases, we didn't increase ours.
That's correct. So the margin that we actually have there was reducing.
It's
So
reducing.
over the last, if we didn't do it last 2 years, and if they were to determine they want to play catch up, the last 2 years added to what this year is going to be, how many cents would that be?
In the 2 years, the last 2 years of increases from the city of Savannah is a total of 11 cents per thousand, or 6.2%.
Per year or total?
Total over the 2 years.
Okay.
Over the 2 years, there was a 6 cent rate increase last year and a 5 cent rate increase this year.
I
So
said what,
that's-
good.
And the proposed one is how much?
The proposed one that's going into place April 1st of this year?
Yes.
5 cents.
Okay.
6 cents last year, 5 cents this year.
So that'd be 17 cents. 11 cents, 17 cents, 3 years.
No, it's 11.
No, ma'am, I apologize, I didn't say that correctly. It was
It's
6% last year.
6% last year and 5 this year.
6 cents last year, 5 this year.
Together.
11 total.
6
Over the
and
last
5 for 2 is 11. What about the year before that? Did we say we didn't catch up for 2 years plus this coming one? Or just last year and this coming one?
I was including, well, okay, let's look at it this way. It's been about 2 years since we raised our rates.
Okay, we didn't raise rates last year and then upcoming year. So it's been, we didn't raise rates for 1 year. Okay. Now I understand.
Right.
So that would be 239 for 5,000 gallons, right?
If you just added 11 cents in, you could just, you could do something totally very simple and right with a 239, 261, and 283, and do the same thing with these. And whether or not, well, I shouldn't say the same thing with these because that's just on the water side. This is the water rates, and you can do the same thing on the commercial water rates or non-residential water rates. The sewer rates aren't affected by Savannah. So that's only this is only the water that we buy from Savannah and the water that we charge people. This is the sewer side of the equation. So if you want to increase by the same amount on the sewer side, that's certainly one way to think about it. There's a number of things we could do.
But that's only maintaining our margin, that's not trying to slowly.
But if you were to also charge it on sewer, then you're getting a double benefit.
I believe in the past we've applied it to both.
Yes, in the past we have, that is correct. In the past we have increased both the water and sewer rates proportional to Savannah's increase in water rates, even though it doesn't really affect our sewer expenses in any way. Correct.
But sewer costs a lot more than water.
No question.
And our rates are basically flat even.
Yes, there's not a lot of difference between the water rate and the sewer rate. That is correct.
I mean, we're losing more money on sewer rates than we are on water.
If you wanted to look at it that way, probably so.
But it's a fixed cost, whatever we charge there's basically a new money coming in.
Right, the vast majority of our expenses on the sewer side are fixed as opposed to variable. Right. And frankly, to be honest, all across the system, the vast majority of our expenses are fixed. The only real variable rates other than utilities is the issue of Savannah. But like we just said, that's really only about a 6% increase on about a quarter of our total expenses in the water category.
So it sounds to me like this board is saying we need to recover our additional cost in water to keep our margin at least the same.
To keep our...
How does, the other part of this equation is our connection fees. How does this board feel about that?
Let me show you this real quick while we're talking about this. I ran another scenario with a different sewer fee. This number, and just so you know, isn't just pulled out of the air. You guys will notice in your books, there is a justification sheet that shows how we came about to this number. It's not just pulled out of the air. But essentially, this is a 1 MGD rendition of our entire water and sewer system, of all the capital costs that have been incurred over the entire sewer system based on 1 MGD of total capacity of the system. That works out to about $10,000 per ERU. So in other words, our true cost, capital cost per ERU, based on 1 MGD is about $10,000 per connection. We're charging about $2,600. So using this as an example, here's an example of an increase in connection fees on the sewer side. We wouldn't change anything on the water side because these are fairly true. But this is also modeling a slight increase. This, I believe, is a 10%, in this particular scenario, a 10% rate structure increase and an increase from $2,600 to $10,000 on the sewer side, just to show you where that goes. And essentially, what that does is pull that new rate down to about 2023. So it buys us about 4.5 some odd years just by basically increasing the connection fees. But
Well, if we want to send everybody to Pooler, we do that.
right, obviously,
Let's increase it, make it $1 million.
Let's do that.
And all it takes is 30 houses and we'll be broke even.
and we are able, exactly. Obviously, right, there's no question that not only is there price elasticity on the water side, there's certainly, on the rate side, there's also price elasticity on the connection side. Obviously, we can't just charge whatever we want to on the connection side. So obviously, all of this monies are going to be pooled together, so to speak, to pay all of our bills, whether that be operational expenditures or whether that be debt service. But at some point, you know, I don't think we're trading over any territory that anybody doesn't already understand. Obviously, other revenues have to be used and are being used, and we don't know that.
Well, I think the differences here is we've all been through the issues with where we stand right now, and we're all in the same boat. As far as staff is concerned, we simply want to keep you informed of where we are, the fact that we don't believe that we should go backwards, that we should pick up at least the rate increases from the city. And as we go through budget time, we can discuss more as far as how we're, handling those particular issues. To me, this is an exercise. It is a good exercise. It's not 100% necessarily of what we need to do or where we need to go.
It's not perfect, right?
However, at the same point in time, it is staff's responsibility to try and keep you as informed as possible.
What's the reality of actually becoming a water producer instead of a purchaser, or producing our own water? I said that's the problem, is our power cost on water purchase.
I wouldn't say it is our problem. I mean, that is only, keep in mind, only $260,000 of all of our expenditures in water and sewer, and the total, if you look at the total here, that's $900,000 plus $2.2 million, so $3.1 million in annual expenditures. Of that, water purchase is only $268,000. So it is only maybe 10% of our total. But back to your question, could we be a water producer? Constructing a
just more independent.
Right, more independent. That would basically result in a situation where with the groundwater restrictions, you'd be looking at installing groundwater wells north of 119, which is certainly doable. It's just a high capital expenditure. We either have to do it in conjunction with the cities in order to get that water down to us. Or if we were to do it on our own, we would have to go a long pipeline from north of 119 all the way down to Low Ground Road to meet our 36%. Right.
I knew that wouldn't be the
It certainly is right. I mean, from an operational perspective, it makes perfect sense because, right, you're going to basically take that water purchase and turn it to about zero. If you want to look at it that way, you could reduce your water purchase, as much as you wanted to, basically, if you could pump all that water out of the ground for essentially free. However,
but then
there's a lot of capital costs involved.
But then we spend about $6 million creating that.
Exactly. Right.
And understand, all of these are constraints that we've all, understand that they are all agreements, in the past, that we're now, trying to work through. And so, I think it's simply a good exercise. There is no specific answer to it.
Right.
At this point, I think we're looking at all the avenues as we have in the past.
But we do need to come up with a rate and a method of doing it because it all ties into our budget for next year.
Absolutely.
Correct.
This is the time to get
We've got to figure out what our revenue is going to be.
Absolutely.
We pretty well know what our expenses are.
Yes.
We all make our decisions based on information given to us at the time. But I certainly remember Mr. Sapp saying this won't cost the taxpayer $1 million.
It's in the newspaper.
If we had one of the other scenarios I modeled was a much larger percentage increase in
I'm sorry. Stop talking on time.
the horses dead. Anything else you would like to give input?
We need to look at rate increase.
Any particular rate increases other than just simply, certainly, other than just the issue of Spanish? Anybody have any other thoughts or suggestions?
Think about it.
I have some thoughts that I'd like to sit down with you and work on. And, anything gonna have to come back to this board for any action. But let me ask you this, from a billing standpoint, is it easier to not have any gallons included in your first rate? I mean,
No, it's actually within the billing program itself.
You can do it either way.
It simply is the way you tier it within the billing program, so that's no issue.
I mean, these rates are less than if you're on Atlantic Waters rates, you're these rates are a lot under that. If you're on any of Lakeside Water's rates, these are way under. So any private system in this county, these rates are less.
Do you have access to those rates? Because that's one of the things that this dashboard does not have. This is only public utilities. And I don't know how, I mean, I don't know how we go about accessing what Lakeside or any of the other community private systems rates actually
I'll
are.
get those for you and bring them to you.
Very interesting information to help us out.
Because the state does not mandate rates. Everybody thinks that they're regulated by state.
Not at all.
And their rates are not. The only thing that the state regulates is telling you that you will have a tiered system.
They require you to have conservation-oriented rates. That's
And
right.
that is to create conservation.
Right. Other than that, there is absolutely no regulation on rates whatsoever.
There is not. And I guarantee you, when you get a phone call, when that bill gets there and they've got a $300 water bill, and they run sprinklers every day of the week, even though it's mandated by the state, you will only water on odd days, and you will only work. And they've gone through 30-something thousand gallons of water. Was a homeowner of two. I guarantee you, the next month, they will cut their water use.
I've gotten many calls from folks on private systems asking me what can we do about the rates the private systems charge. Nothing. Unless the board wants to pass an ordinance.
Well, unless this board has a different suggestion, I think it's staff recommendation that we simply come back and give you what are comparable rates out there. That we come back and give you 3 or 4 simple scenarios of those increases. And then, hopefully we can make a determination from those as to where we need to go.
And all I can tell you is, and I think Forrest Mike can tell you, I think he was at the same meeting I was in with the homeowners association when we were running for election. Don't do to us in Effingham what Bryan County's doing. Well, you can look at our building numbers, you can look, our building permits are up, we're putting people on the system, we're growing a customer base. But what we don't want to do is be a detriment to that's coming. I mean, as far as me speaking, I don't want to be a detriment to the growth that we're having. However, I think that they should be paying a fair amount to cover our cost of giving them that service. But that's tough when you've got this many customers on that expense of the system.
Exactly.
I mean, connection fees in Bryan County are $10,000.
Currently, they're $10,000.
$10,000.
I think part of it too, though, is what we were going to talk about when we went through the schedule of fees, was to do a little bit different variation. Within our schedule of fees, you have hookup fees, you have service fees, and so forth. And so we were going to discuss making some changes to those so that we're covering the cost of the person going out in the field.
Mm-hmm.
That when somebody calls us 3 times to come back out to their house, that those individuals that are actually increasing our cost are necessarily paying for that service.
Right.
So when we look at this, in tandem, to me, it's not just about that piece of it as far as the actual rate increases, but it's also about the actual service charges that we're making to those individual customers, and where we can pick up fees there that we're currently not getting.
I think in these areas that I build, the city of Springfield services, I think my water and sewer connections now are up to like $5,200 for water and sewer. So I think we're behind the curve in some places, but I don't think we need to try and
But do keep in mind,
put it all at one time.
right, when you compare our connection fees to Springfield's, for example, you have to keep in
Springfield
mind
got
that
theirs.
they don't have to pay $900 to the city of Savannah for every connection, and they don't have to pay $1,300 per connection for reuse disposal. They can dispose of it in the river. So and in Springfield that they own. So it's not comparing apples to apples.
And what does concern me is, I'm sorry to interrupt, what does concern me is we have a very large county And there are a lot more citizens that are not on this service than are. So I keep hating to look at taxing everybody in this county to service a limited number of people. So if we can get the rates more to cost recovery of, they've got an option. I mean, they can go buy 5 acres of land here and still come to Effingham County, or they can live in that subdivision.
But realizing that what this model shows is you really can't put a rate structure in that is completely going to cover our costs. I mean, we really know that.
At some point.
Yeah, go ahead.
The last time that we looked at rates and did any kind of adjustment at that particular point in time, it was when building permits were down to nothing almost, and places like Bryan County were definitely above us. I mean, below us. They were attracting people we weren't. All those factors, and I have to look at those factors again to verify where we are on the playing field with all that kind of thing. But additionally, one of those things about this particular system is that this system was run to many of the public school systems that were already at capacity. So what citizens pay for that? The new ones, the old ones? Okay. So there's a lot of factors in there that play into all of it, and we do want to do what we need to do to not discourage new people, because we've got to have them. If we don't get them, we're in trouble. But have everybody pay as fair a price as they can, period.
As John said, we're all in this together.
If you will allow me to get those rates, and let's sit down over the next week and come up with a structure to submit to this board for consideration, and we'll see where we're at.
You know where to find me. Absolutely. Anything else, Joe? I didn't actually hear. Mr. Chairman, if you're through with this, may I just have 1 extra minute of the board's time before I leave? I just want to make you all aware, and I appreciate you just indulging me for 1 second. I just want to make you aware that I did receive from FEMA, and it's online, the state CRS summary for January 2014. It basically covers the period of top time from May of last year to May of this year when we enrolled in the CRS program for flood insurance. And I just want to let y'all know there are 836 folks in Effingham County who have flood insurance policies, and we are currently saving our flood insurance customers a total of $28,212 a year total across the customer base. So the benefits of the CRS program are manifested right there in $28,000 of savings across the board to flood insurance payees in the downtime. Thank you.
That's good.
Thank you, Steve.
That looks like an engineer's desktop up there.
All right. Next item, consideration to approve commissioner and clerk travel for the ACCG 2014 annual conference. Stephanie, you want to talk, or you want us to read it?
I can speak. You guys are required under the current travel policy to approve your travel. The annual ACCG conference is going to be held this year at the Trade Center, April 11th through the 15th. I have pulled training profiles for each of you so that you can review the classes that you may or may not have taken as of yet. This will open your pretty much current Commissioner Kessler and Floyd. You can just start from where you've taken your required training, but whatever order you want to take at this point, you can. And I just really need to know who is planning on attending so that I can go ahead and get you guys registered.
I've already told you I'm going out.
If there's something that I need to do, I'll go, and I would like to go to some of these things, but again, just like last year,
it's just way too costly to go take one or two classes.
Understood.
I mean, it's like you gotta take it all or nothing.
Yeah, I'm gonna take all the
But that's gonna take
classes,
advantage because it's in Savannah.
and I'll have to travel.
If it's something that's a class I need, I would take advantage of it, but there's nothing that I need to do
Until when, like, you don't need anything till when?
until we have to do the continuing ed stuff, right?
If you were reelected.
If you're
Right. None of these things is applied to that.
It's an 18-hour requirement. If you're reelected as, you're like a new commissioner, you'll be required for 18 hours.
But that'd be next year.
So I'm gonna be
None of this will qualify?
personally counting on that ahead of time, and don't have to spend the money to mileage and hotel, so I'm gonna just roll.
But that would be next year, right?
Right.
Yeah, so next year, this time, you can do it.
Right. And again, it's not required of you guys, Veterans Commission, but I did speak with Carol Baker about it. She said it's a good thing. They don't require it, but it's a good thing if you do, because there's new material presented every year, so.
But will any of these classes go towards that for next
Yes.
year?
Yes.
It will carry over.
For next year, I'm not sure, I'll have to check on that.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah,
After you're reelected, yeah.
yeah. I'll have to check on that, I'm
Yeah,
not
sure.
sure.
Seem like you would have them. So if you get reelected, or you get credit.
We'll check it. I'll
It's-
check.
I think
But
that's
every year you have to do it.
you're elected, it's after you're elected, and we were grandfathered in this year. Next year, once you're elected, then it starts over.
That's right.
You have so many years, so many credits that year.
I
So
don't travel much,
it's not do it now, do it then.
and I'll take the training. I learn
It's,
something.
I mean, what is it, $800?
600.
$600?
And for the record, you will notice our clerk is interested in going
Yes.
as well,
Outstanding.
to continue her.
And it probably actually benefits me more than any of you, because there's some sessions each day, actually.
There's two of the classes I would like to go to, but $600 go to two classes just as, I can't justify that.
One of the classes I was interested in goes until 3:30 on a Tuesday of our meeting. 15.
Oh,
You got time to drive here after that?
Might give an escort.
I can
We
tell
have
you
a 4 o'clock
anything
workshop.
about
We have a 4 o'clock workshop.
It was, that's what they was set for.
Yeah.
Oh, wonderful.
And we can do that workshop. We can do the workshop coming up. Probably should.
Well, there's not a huge difference in a workshop and just an item on your agenda, if you just want to stick it on your agenda rather than have a workshop before. Then you're not limited or bound to an hour either, you can do whatever time is allowed. I mean, just put on this discussion on your agenda, if you're concerned with getting started early.
I spent an hour on that Excel sheet.
I wasn't driving that train.
I just wish they would a la carte this a little bit,
Yeah.
you know. that's-
Or put it together, so that all the classes are together. Instead of the first one back.
All right, you put me down and I'll tell you which class it was.
I'll do the same.
Commissioner Seaver?
Question?
Any idea?
On
Are
class?
you going?
Yeah, I'm planning on it, yeah.
Commissioner Ford? Commissioner Mason?
No, I can't justify it.
Okay. So you got your list. Everybody needs to let our clerk know which of these classes and that they're interested in taking. So we can get assigned it. All right, but I do need an approval for this travel. So I need a motion.
Make a motion approved, warrant number 1.
Second. Motion and a second, all in favor? Any opposed? So carried. Next item, consideration to declare item surplus.
We have some surplus, the majority of it is 24 vehicles, one from recreation, prison, and tax assessor, which are broken, beyond the state of repair. 21 are sheriff's vehicles that have been turned in as a result of our large purchase that we just made to replace those vehicles. The sheriff's office also has a list of items that they no longer need, which is included on page 3 or 4 of your agenda information. And we have inserted a new sheet on page 404, which should be in your additional package. We actually offered our original slate of surplus to our county employees for county purposes. We got additions and deletions from that offer. Some people came with their own surplus items and took things with them. So we have a revised list for that. We would recommend that we dispose of the vehicles by auto auction, and that we would recommend that we take our furnishings to the local auction here in Springfield on this week.
What's the BC for?
It's a good question.
Because that's specifically stated here.
The BCM 400 is a piece of equipment that helps with our 911 system. It is needed in another location, and we've had a direct request for it. It's not something that we probably would even find a buyer in one of our other auctions. Therefore, we recommend take COB dispatch. In our part of our new 911 update, it is rendered obsolete in our system.
What's our ride VCR player for this?
Probably a quarter.
All right, so your recommendation now is to take the automobiles down to the auction,
No, not to this auction, but an auto auction.
to an auto auction.
Like Southeast.
And then the items on, these items have been changed because some folks have taken stuff and.
Yes, sir. The list that's on page 404 has changed. The sheriff's office list has not changed,
Okay.
which is on page 3 or 4.
Is there a reserve on these auction items, on these cars? I mean, can you place a reserve?
You can place a reserve.
Because
Both auction companies have said that they sell better with as an absolute auction.
right, but you get $300, $400 a car scrap price.
Correct. What we've talked about doing is isolating the ones that we believe have no value other than scrap and selling them directly to a scrap yard ourselves, and taking what vehicles that we believe a auction will yield the highest price and putting it in an absolute auction. One of the auctions will run their own advertisements. They will do minimum decal removal. They will advertise in the newspaper. They will run it through the auction at an absolute auction. Everything sells for a fixed price. The other one is once per hour to remove decals. Their fixed price is slightly lower. However, they're a salvage auction, not a running automobile auction.
Lane's not interested in putting some of them in the sale here?
Lane was interested in putting some of the sale. However, this time when we inquired, there was a 10% seller's fee. And with the amount of 21 cars, we didn't feel like we could probably sell 21 vehicles at that
That's
auction.
why I say some.
Become taxi cabs.
And apparently that's the big purchaser.
Yeah.
I would have never, I just thought we'd buy this. So, but we do need your signature if we're going to surplus this material. Okay.
All right, so what you need is an authorization to declare page 2 of 4 surplus, page 3 of 4 surplus, and page 4 of 4 surplus as amended.
As amended. You should have that in your supplemental information folder. The amended.
So this one is, this was in a gray folder. I have 2,
Should be one that says given to the board.
March 4.
Yeah. That is the amended list.
That's the good one. Declare those items surplus and
Send furnishings to Lane Brothers Auction here in Springfield and send the vehicles to an auto auction.
You do half and half, we already auction those, you have to.
And sealed bids for the BC.
How you decide on the auction on the cars, you send half to one, half to the other, you give it all to.
I would recommend giving it all to one. The biggest issue with the two auction companies that we dealt with are both local. One will handle transportation, decal removal and that, and they are in the business of selling rolling automobiles and word functioning automobiles. The other local auction company will not handle transportation. They will handle decal removal for a per hour fee, and their fee is only slightly marginally less, but their typical sales are for salvage. It's an insurance auction, so obviously they're getting insurance
I've heard of
vehicles.
Southeast, and I've never heard of this other.
They're located in Lincoln, at the Department of Commerce. They're very easy to deal with. They offered us a reduction, price is $75 to $125.
Anybody got any more questions? I have a motion.
Recommendation, go with alternative one. Declare dissolved as surplus and send to the Lane Brothers Auction in Springfield. Vehicles to a local auto auction and seal bids for the BC Emporium.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Any opposed? So carried. All right. Consideration of a governmental NESC lease agreement for lighting services at the new jail and sheriff's office.
This lease is with Georgia Power.
That is
Just step down.
Let the record show Commissioner Floyd stepped down because of conflict with his employer. This item. Let's go back.
This is for a site lighting agreement. Yeah, the term is for 1 month. That's because we don't have the ability to run multi-year contracts. It is for the installation of 32 new lights. We will be replacing 18 existing lights and adding 14 new lights. We will be increasing the amount of foot candles using a lower watt fixture. The price is approximately $700 per month today for the 18 lights. We would be running a monthly average of $1,700 per month for 32 lights. The sheriff has reviewed this plan and is very pleased. He feels like the site lighting currently is inadequate, so he feels that the increase in lights will be very much appreciated. Staff recommends approval. There's zero money to do up front, but it will be an item that will need to be budgeted moving forward.
So this was not originally anticipated, or it was? It was. It just wasn't priced out anywhere to us. Is it in some other prices?
This isn't a construction cost, really.
What?
It's not a construction cost, right?
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
It's not part of construction cost, but it's an increase in other
In
costs
operational costs.
that was anticipated, and we knew about this before now, in some way? Because you said yes, I'm done.
Yeah, I did.
Okay. There you go.
I mean, we built a jail in the middle of two existing buildings. There was no lights on either side where that area was.
What I'm trying to get to is, are we going to have many more of these kinds of things come up that have nothing to do with being in the cost of building, but are an additional cost?
Not that I'm aware of.
Well, my question is $1,700 per month in operations to be paid for by the user department. So does that come out of the sheriff's budget?
Yes.
That's what I was saying. He's going to have to increase his budget to cover it because it's not in it.
Correct.
Let's check that as something else, you know. But he's aware of it. I guess it won't matter, right?
No, because he just put in his budget, so we pay it anyway.
When do these things turn on? And I mean, is it in his budget for this fiscal year? So he's gonna have a budget amendment at some point to pay for this,
Potentially.
potentially.
Depends on when they're on. Okay. And
That's where I'm getting from.
And he says the contract is actually for 1 month because we don't have the ability to do multi-year contracts.
That's
So
correct.
is the price not guaranteed but for 1 month?
No, the price is including the usage of the light and maintenance. That
It's
cost,
guaranteed for how long?
I'm not sure, we don't typically see rating changes.
When I read the contract, there was no provision in there for a rate increase.
Like they're never, ever, ever gonna give us a rate increase. We got a 1 month contract and 10 years from now, we're gonna pay $1,700.
I can definitely check on that.
Okay, because, I mean, usually.
Even like our lights at Baker Pond, they've been $14.95 ever since we got here. They build in the price of the operations and maintenance. I'm assuming once the unit's paid for, it's rated towards power.
It's just part of the downside of not being able to have multi-year contracts. You can't lock that in
Well,
price.
we handle other things that need multi-year contracts different ways than doing a 1 month contract.
It's a month-to-month agreement.
That's
It
it, yeah.
it rolls month-to-month.
Usually we do it at a year time, is that not right?
No, the way this particular agreement is structured is the term of the agreement is for 1 month, and then it will automatically renew month to month, and the board can cancel it, I believe upon 30 days notice, if I recall correctly.
Okay.
It's a month at a time, but it'll renew itself every month.
That's correct,
Okay. Until something changes.
until you all decide to terminate it.
Because, yes, okay, because basically, if the lighting was, say, the cost of the lighting was $1,000 a month, but the other 700 is to pay for the poles. So only the poles get paid for, so for the district time, you're paying a higher rate because you got your poles paid for.
And in this, this is exactly, that's exactly the case in this one. It's operations, maintenance, and the fixtures scot-free. Eventually, you're gonna end up paying that off, and your rate increase is gonna come out of the not having to pay off the whole light.
How many lights is it for 1,700?
32.
Okay,
Oh, that's better.
that's a good deal.
Because I saw 18.
No,
Did we
you
get-
you have a total of 18 existing lights.
That's a good deal.
You're adding 14, and you're replacing the 18 lights with new lower watt LEDs.
32 outside lights.
So that's
It'll be 32 lights.
$53 a month per light.
32 light poles, that's good. I didn't realize it was that many.
Okay.
I feel better. I didn't realize
We
it
need
was
to
32
get
lights.
maintenance, that's what we found.
They keep them up on
I
maintenance.
didn't realize it was 32 lights, that's a good deal.
We get charged on a government PLU rate. That's why, like, every time we go through and do the audit for who gets billed what, the lights at Baker Pond have been $14.95 since we got here. If there's a problem, we put a flag and ribbon around it. They come change the bulb, they change the fixture, they change the bulb, they do whatever they have to do, including the
We
$14.95.
have no maintenance of any kind.
That's correct.
But
Okay.
these are $53 a piece.
Hmm.
But these are $53.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, you are using the LED and you're getting a higher foot count.
That's a good deal. That is a good deal. No doubt.
All right. Give me a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve.
All number one.
I'll second number one.
Second.
There's only one on.
Motion and a second. All in favor? Any opposed? So carried. Beginning of that thing. All right, consideration to approve to execute a quote for geotechnical for the Tusculum Fire Station.
The board recently acquired property in Tusculum for the purpose of construction of a fire station. The county solicited quotes from 5 local firms and received responses from 3. The apparent low bidder was Terracon at a price of $1,897. And they believe they can complete the work in just over a week. We need to get a geotechnical report so that we can solidify our estimates for the project, as well as provide that to the structural engineer for a foundation design. Staff recommends approval of the agreement with Terracon in the amount of $1,897.
Mr. Mason, this is in your line of expertise as with Mr. Keeper, I believe. It talks about And cone penetration test. What is that?
It's how far you can stick a cone in the ground.
Right,
I could guess.
You know, simplified way, I think it is. I don't know how. I don't know either.
That would make it make sense.
Well, I mean, I'm asking because Whitaker is 2160, but includes 2 CPTs.
CPTs and SPTs are something we typically see to measure the below grade geotechnical ramifications, what's under the dirt, what's under the surface dirt. In this case, we thought, when I wrote the staff report, we originally thought it was a little odd because it's a standard practice to see CPTs or SPTs done as part of a geotechnical investigation. We did not stipulate in our request for quotations a means and methods. When we contacted Terracon about that, their head geotechnical engineer basically said, we believe that found that the building use is so light that you will only be looking at a shallow foundation. Therefore, they felt like hand augers were viable. They thought about it twice. They've provided a price if we just feel like we need CPTs, but their liability is the same as Whitaker's for saying, I'm buying a report with your engineer stamp and saying this is going to work. You're getting the same thing whether you get CPTs with Terracon, with Whitaker, or you don't with Terracon. They also felt like that was their competitive advantage, that they knew that we typically select a supplier of these services based on price. They felt like that they didn't need it, and they're typically not the cheapest, so they removed them so they would be the cheapest.
How much were they adding if we asked them to put it
It was
in?
$2,600 for 2 CPTs. So it was a $400 difference the other direction.
The only difference I saw was the amount of borings. Whitaker, the SPT borings, and then 4 to 5 foot hollow borings versus.
Terracon's 4 to 5 hard core.
Right. Again, if we can do it for the 18, that's fine, but.
That's all we need.
Yes,
if that's
because
what
in
we
fact,
do, if that's all
what
we
we're
do.
doing, if I was doing this for myself, I wouldn't even do this.
That's what I add on.
Okay,
And I've
that's what I'm
done
asking.
hundreds of these, and if I was doing it for myself, we wouldn't even do this for this type of, because it is very light.
Yeah, but we don't have a choice, do we?
So what I'm saying is, whichever one will give us a report that feels comfortable, whatever method that they're going by doing it, that's the one we need to go with.
They're going to provide recommendations to a structural engineer. The structural engineer is going to turn around and say, who's providing geotechnical?
Right, so it's basically just the lowest cost, however they want to come up with it.
I was curious to know what Whitaker would have been if they did not include CPTs in there.
I did not ask that question in reverse.
I mean, to be fair, I believe that's what we need to know.
Don't they have it lined up and down in their price?
Oh,
They have mobilization of rig, which is $250. And then they have $660 for the 2 SPTs.
So in other words, their price would be $1,500 if we told them.
If we took that out of theirs to compare.
So it seems to me like the better deal would be to give it to Whitaker and ask them to remove that at a cost of $1,500.
Well, I wouldn't disagree with that logic. I would say we're not requiring the means and methods for Terracon. We shouldn't force Whitaker to say the means and methods for the owner.
Why don't we give them the option, if they don't do that, will they still be able to qualify their roof, or would they be okay with removing that? I mean,
If
we're
we're not,
going to accept.
I feel like it's one of those situations, in a bid situation or quote situation where you expose their numbers, whether they feel comfortable in their professional liability.
But they gave it to us.
Right.
But I'm also going to say, you don't just take that number out. They're providing 2 borings underneath the building, and then there's 4 underneath the hand augers are for payment recommendations.
Right.
And if you go back and look at Terracons, they're still providing the total of the 6 borings. They're just all hand augers instead of SPTs and hand augers.
It's the totality of their text.
And Whitaker actually has the hand augers at $50 each, so you would add another $100 instead of the $660. You take 500. to
All right.
still be.
And we told them to give us their
Pretty
best
close.
number for what they needed to do this work, and that's what they gave us.
Well, from an engineer standpoint, cost, I mean, which is the better?
I agree with what Commissioner Mason said, whatever information they're gonna give us to be able to provide this. I think the problem that we have is, I agree, it's a light building, but we have to get a foundation design to do this, but we have a very heavy fire truck sitting on it. That's probably our biggest difference here, is it's not the building loads, it's the fire truck load, because we have a truck full of 2,000 pounds of water, he told you, or 2,500 gallons of water,
Yeah,
at 8.34 pounds a gallon.
50,000 each.
8 pounds a gallon.
Yeah.
Well, and it is, but
50,000.
That's the difference, here's the weight of the fire truck that comes on to it.
the weight will,
Transfer.
if it compress, you know, it could compress.
Transfer.
But, I mean, I'm fine with this. They both know what's going in it, you know, so.
Yes, sir. And that's the difference. Normally you would see the SPTs, because they give low counts on, they do a split spoon sample, it's done a little bit differently. Instead of just a hand auger tells you what sort of soil's down there. If you do a split, SPTs, you push some split spoons, and it's done in low counts. So there's a little bit of different, but again, I'm not specifying means and methods. If I could, I would go out there and get a rig and do it myself, quite frankly, that's why we're hiring these people. Normally, we would look for an SPT, but Adam's called twice, and Terracon seems to be adamant that they can do it without.
I hate to try to go to Paul car, but they're different items, because they have a method.
And again, it's $300 difference to go the other way, but is there any better liability if it fails on us with the $300? Either way, I think we're relying on the geotechnical report.
We both, and I'll also say that both people, I think, from my comments from Terracon and all the structural engineers which we're about to deal with, all are assuming a shallow foundation. I would say that we're probably getting a shallow foundation.
I think the right thing is to go with Terracon in 1897.
Then give me a motion.
I make a motion to approve to execute a quote from Terracon.
Alternative number 1.
Alternative number 1.
Second.
Motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So carried. Consideration to accept a proposal for structural engineering for the Tusculum Fire Station.
Board recently acquired property in Tustin for the purpose of building a fire station. The county solicited and received quotes from 8 local firms for structural engineering and design. 2 bids were nearly identical to provide the same services, and the county has worked with both firms in the past with Tharp Engineering and Hunter Saucy III. They both have provided a lump sum figure of $1,500. They will do the building drawing verification, and they have both stated that minor revisions will be included, and that hourly rates apply for only major revisions. With consultation with the county before any of those charges would be incurred. We reviewed the document that Tharp Engineering provided, and they've set a cap at their liability of $25,000, which is not included in the agreement with Hunter Saucy III. Therefore, staff recommends that we go with Hunter Saucy III.
This is foundation drawings,
Foundation.
because obviously the metal building is going to be structurally designed.
Stephanie, did you put Hunter Saucy's agreement in there? Something
In the packet.
All right, any questions?
So we're not going to have the construction administration from them.
Right.
We're just going to get this drawing, $1,500 is what our price is going to be.
Motion?
Make a motion approved with Hunter Sullivan. Number 1, they're divided.
Motion and a second, all in favor? Any opposed? So carried. Now we can
once this all gets taken care of with the geotechnical structure, we'll rebid the package with the contractor supplying the building drawings, our foundation, our 5 foot apron.
As long as I don't take, they said they can do it in a week, do the geotechnical in a week.
That's correct. I'm anticipating that we'll be bidding again within 3 to 4 weeks. I believe Hunter Saucy was 10 days.
Yeah, the geotech, then the structural, so each one's about a week, so that's what it's, about a week.
You say there'll be a whole world difference in building manufacturer and building,
So where do you put that? I mean, to bid it?
It'll go on the Georgia procurement website. It'll go to our local newspapers. We've already bid this project once, so we didn't finish it to completion. We actually can't withdrew the bid, but we had a room full of 14 to 20 contractors.
And it also, they sent out an email to qualified bidders who bid on stuff like that.
That's correct.
Do you have like a floor plan or something?
We did.
Where they're gonna,
We had some reference drawings, and Toss had created a rough site plan so they could see the site. We had lots of questions about laydown here. I kind of like bidding and pulling off street. We got all the questions before.
All right. Report from commissioners and administrative staff. Staff got anything? Go ahead and finish up, Mr. Kovacs.
No, I'm done. Thank you.
Hey, you know what? We can read the jail report to ourselves.
Sorry. Toss has got all of it.
There's only 2 or 3 things printed in your packages up there. I have a couple of updates. I mean, it wouldn't take but just a minute. You, of course, got jail construction, courthouse road extension, an update on that. A request for proposal has actually been issued. It's on our website now. They're due March 21st. We would anticipate actually bringing the contract back to this board at the April 1st meeting for the actual design services on that. Paved road maintenance we discussed the last time. I was holding off until this meeting to see if there were any additional comments or roads from this board. See if y'all have any. I'm going to move forward. We'll go ahead and get that package issued also. Roadside mowing, again, I think we've covered this, but just an update bid is due on March 14th. We will anticipate having that on the April 1st board meeting also, if there's any savings realized in that particular bid. Intersections of Courthouse and Midland, as well as the intersection of Springfield and Clyde. We talked about those. The board wanted to go ahead with the increase in larger stop signs and rumble strips of both of those. Signs have been ordered. We anticipate receiving those late this week and installing them early next week. Rumble strips have been laid out. We anticipate installing them late next week, weather permitting, and this cold will get out of here.
What was the second location, Thomas? Not Courthouse and Midland, but the other one?
Springfield Road and Clyde Shawnee Road.
Old Dixie Highway.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think there's different names there. But both of those are ordered, and again, we hope to have everything completed by late next week. Blue Jay Road and McCall Road improvement, had a pre-construction meeting on that this morning. The work traffic control signs should start going up fairly much immediately, hopefully this week. But you probably won't see work until first week in April. They're trying to work their schedule out. They have 180 days from date of the contract. That doesn't change, but we keep controlling. They're looking at first week in April to get in there started. They may do some of the deep patching between now and then, but hopefully first of April we'll see that get started. Ash Road repairs, I also spoke with Mr. Littlefield earlier today. He anticipates getting in here the last week of March. Again, we're just trying to get this back to the 30s again. So hopefully last week of March, in the next couple of weeks, he and I and Jerry get together and we'll ride these roads. I just want to reiterate one more time, we've talked about make sure everybody's still on the same page, make sure I still understand the board's direction. There are additional roads that we intend to add to this contract. We have up to 20% we can do with change order legally. I understood the board's direction is to do that. It was roughly $1 million contract, so a couple $100,000 additional dollars in road repair, so we can stretch these 16 miles as far as we possibly can. He and I also spoke about that today, that I was trying to be rather generous with our quantities and the schedule, so rather than stopping him, I'm going to go as far as I possibly can in road repair. So if that 16 becomes 20 or 22 or 30, that's what we intend to do, unless the board tells me differently.
This is what we're talking about, putting new surface treatment on top of it.
Yes, sir. This is the one that was approved last November, correct. This is not the new fixes that we talked about.
All right, I'll tell you what I would really like to see this Bundy Kessel Road when it's prepared for servicing. Just kind of see where that is and if it's going to be a gradable surface, because there's a lot of roads in the county, in the rural area, that the people who live on them would be just happy if they could go back to a road that can be graded with a motor grader and no surface on it.
And you would like to try that on Bundy Kessel?
That's what, no, I'm saying,
When it gets
see
back
how
to
that
that.
looks.
I got you.
And see if that's something we can do on some of these very rural, very low traffic roads. Basically just obliterate it and go back to a gradable road, if that's possible.
And what I would say is, if you ever go this way, Courthouse Road extension from Midland to, or the first two roads that come in there, it's something Pines and, Midland, I won't say it's Midland Pines, but the first two roads anyhow, that's basically what Public Works has done. They took the motor grader, they straightened everything off, because that was the part that was so terrible, and they just been over and grading it every so often.
Right. I mean,
And when it gets dry, it does get dusty.
I mean, I'm having people actually suggesting that themselves. Say, look, just give me back a dirt road.
And we can do it. I mean, well, let me say, it's work there.
That's what I'm saying, is if we can obliterate it, mix it into the soil that's there, and it stays there, we don't wind up with a pile somewhere. So what I'm saying, well, I guess what I'm suggesting is, with some of this right here, before we say, let's just extend the ceiling, the surface treatment, maybe let's hold back a little bit on that list till we can kind of see what that's doing, you know?
Well, and we can certainly do it because there's individual line items in there. One is just mixing. If we just want to have them mixed
Right.
and grade it, that was in the same
That's what I'm
line.
getting at, is that we
And
can
not
just-
do the surface treatment. I think we can certainly do that too.
Right. I mean, that might be an option for us. I mean, I'm good with
Let's get
money
started,
being there,
Yeah, so, well, in March, when we get started, I'll just keep in contact with y'all, and if there's a particular road you want to try on, we'll certainly try. The worst case, we have to come back and put surface treatment on it, quite honestly.
You know, just a regular full of that reclamation.
Yeah, trying to grab some of the dirt and mix it,
Right.
and just, make it.
So
great.
it's not an ash surface.
but the ash is about 8 inches thick if we mix 12 inches, 14 inches.
With him mentioning, look at how Bunny Kessler goes, when is Bunny Kessler getting started?
I'm trying my best to get a bid package together. It's not the war or motor progress, honestly. I'm trying to get a bid package together. I think I told somebody next couple of weeks I'll do that at some point this week.
Well, the weather we had a few days ago, great for resurfacing. The weather we had today is not so good for resurfacing.
So later in the week, it'll be good again.
Because just so you know, based upon what I was told before, I've been telling people it's probably going to be the end of April, so.
For
Bundy Kessler.
For Bundy Kessler, and get started.
So don't make me too much of a
I've
lot.
already done that. It's 30 days bid. I'll get started on that.
I was feeling that coming.
And this is another one of those things, we go back to Forest Haven, we talk about either mixing it, putting it on top. I think we need to decide what we're gonna do. And I'll be honest with you, my opinion at this point is if we could mix this ash and grade it, I almost think it's either just come on top with some GAB on something like Bundy Kessler, doesn't have a lot of side roads. Because you can be picking it up 8 inches or so.
Grade's not an issue.
I think that'll be the easiest thing to do. Because I don't think it'll fall over 8 inches. I think we can get that done, and that's what I'm leaning towards. If somebody has objections, we'll just do a modify for real long.
And with it being, and it's not a huge cost difference, but with it having a stabilized base material, I guess you could call that possibly, you might, a 6 inch or something.
Yes, and that's really what I've been looking at, make it a sub-base.
Yeah.
Make the ash a sub-base, put your base on top of it, maybe do 6 inches of
Because
crushed concrete.
the issue with paving on it has been direct contact with that ash and it's breaking it apart. The chemical bonds breaking it. So if we can get something in between to separate it, then that chemical reaction doesn't happen.
I'll get that happening. I'll go ahead and put that together. We will do that. In the recent freeze, the great freeze out of 2014, we had an ice machine bust at Public Works. The water in it expanded and it broke all the lines inside of it. What we believe we need to do with that is put a new hopping in this machine. There's somewhat of a repair, it's a little older machine. And funding is, we don't have funding anywhere, so we're telling you we're down an ice machine, we think we need to fix it, and we'll probably come back to you with a budget amendment at some point for those repairs.
But without objection, we'd like to purchase it.
Is it an auger with the soft ice, or is it a cube? You said
It's
something.
cube ice.
We think we can fix it, but without objection, we want to purchase it.
Purchase the upper end.
The repair is,
Compressor end that sits on top that dumps it into a hopper. The hopper is good, you got it.
the repair is half the price of a new unit for a 10-year-old unit.
You want to purchase what you need to repair it.
We'd like to purchase a new top.
Correct.
That's
That's
a
about
better
what
procedure next time it freezes.
This is sitting in that little room outside of the.
Correct. Which will all be corrected as we move forward with vehicle maintenance and the new public works. We'll get it in a better facility. Yes, it's in a horrible facility right now.
And if
It's
we-
falling out.
Approach freezing weather, we will cut it off and drain.
You all should have received a memo on the transition that we're going through on the prison staffing to jail staffing. Has everybody seen that?
I got it. The only question that I would have is, why was this not done like a month? It seems like it, right here at the last minute, it's time to do it. Now we're gonna start talking to these folks about giving them an option to, they can come to work over here if they want to.
It is,
If they apply and get accepted.
correct.
But why wasn't this done 2
It
3 months?
it is a delayed response. We were in consultation with the administration of the prison and the sheriff's office for quite some time due to some stability there.
How long do they have to, how long do they have for that decision?
They'll have the full month.
That's my only question. It had to be a reason. I knew we don't just wait till the last minute.
No, never.
I mean, I knew that.
Yeah, that's good. And with that said, we intend to do it in the morning. Notify, that this process will start, not.
Process will start.
Yeah. This is one of the printed things that is in your material, Effingham Festival, the Living History Site. Mr. Renfro provided a letter, and it's actually addressed to Stephanie, but it's sort of for the board's information. If y'all have a chance to read over that, she's just reiterating the conversation that was had about the use of our facilities. And there's going to be a parking lot on the porch of the Visitors and Convention Bureau, is that right? CPB, Convention District. Yeah. State Route 119, public information, open house, just for y'all's information. This is for the center turn lane on 119 from 21 to, it's Usher Drive, I think is what they call it. There's another name on the street now. Magnolia. Anyhow, it will be held at our recreation facility on March 20th from 5 to 7. We'll notify y'all again on the 18th, and of course it'll be on your calendar if any of y'all want to go to that. And then the only other printed material I think I put in there is there's a letter in there from Core MPO. And as all of y'all know, we've been going through for the last year or so the reinforcement process, which based on the last vote, these will have a very small impact, probably not much of a seat at the table. However, they are going to begin a bi-weekly meeting starting April the 11th to go through that process with all the stakeholders. And I'm basically letting y'all know that there's a schedule attached that tells you what will be discussed at each of these individual meetings. I doubt it'll flow exactly like this. Of course, any one of y'all are certainly welcome to attend. They are at MPC from 1 p.m. to 3:30 p.m. or 1:30 to 3 p.m. on Friday afternoons every other week. They will be on your schedule if you so choose to attend. I don't know that it's necessary. We will bring this information back to y'all as bylaws, MOUs, organizational structures. All these things are decided. And I will probably be attending these just because I think somebody needs to be there just so we understand what we're being drugged into. We will have to be part of it. I don't want them to say, hey, the one guy that didn't show up at Effingham, we'll make them pay 90% of the cost, and somehow we get stuck that way. So, again, just for information, and that's, I believe, all right.
No, I made one of those top long, the point, presentation he did at ACCG meeting.
Did you mail it? I didn't get it.
It's in your.
You got it in your box.
Okay.
It's on your box. It's PowerPoint is a very good. Shoot tree. That's all I have.
The stuff we talked about, Ash Roads, I'm still getting tons of calls about some of the different use brands of the roads that we can just, I know they've been working up in Wall Street. I did get a call about that. They had to do some of it. But just whatever we can do to keep these roads passable, the cold weather and freezing, we've got a handful of them that I know y'all are familiar with. Just encourage them to keep on doing that.
Yeah.
Keep them as open as possible.
The only good news is the ones you just mentioned, I believe, I know Union Springs are on this list. It's just painful waiting to get, I know it's painful if you live there, you don't want to hear it stumble.
And part of it is dump trucks, log trucks, that's using some of these main roads that the ones that have wider traffic don't seem to have the problem. Union Springs has got a lot of traffic.
They don't hold dirt out there anymore, do they?
No, but there is something that I was given some information on that back there that we probably want to get somebody to follow up with, Mr. Work or somebody.
It's been followed up.
You familiar with what I'm talking about?
I think so.
Return trip stuff?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Return trip, I know. We'll check on that.
Yep, thanks. I saw Mr. Green out there. Did we ever call and see if we could trim the tree in Goodwood Hills?
I don't know.
I know you're
Terry was
probably-
trying to get in touch with the homeowner. I don't know if you ever did or not. I'll check that. That's a good question. I don't know if he
I think he trimmed it up some.
Oh, did okay.
voluntarily or.
Yeah, I think the homeowner did. I think he trimmed it some. It's been trimmed up some, so I'm assuming he did it. Since it's on private property, I think the county might.
Terry was going to try to get with the homeowner and offer to trim it ourselves, you know, if they would allow us on the private property.
It's been trimmed, so whoever did it, we appreciate it.
Is it acceptable? I mean, it's
Best thing.
short of pulling it up and.
Best thing to do would be to cut them down and get them out there completely, but understanding it's on private property, there is a lot better view on the curve now than there was, so.
Just because that's all the big plan is.
I'm listening to everything.
You got that?
No, I don't have anything. I said no.
Okay, I got two things.
I'm saying.
When I was talking with Rick and some about the agreement that they were trying to get us to vote for, they mentioned to me that for a long time they've been discussing the fact that 3 different subdivisions in my district could benefit that was in the ranking service delivery and would go from they're either currently a 9 or a 10 right now, and they would go to a 4 automatically if just ranking was there.
First responder.
Okay, yes. And it's Georgia Plantation, Autumn Woods, and Jamestown.
Correct, the back of Jamestown.
Those 3 subdivisions. And so I asked Cost to check on that and let me know if they were correct or incorrect. And if they were correct and that could happen, then was there a cost to us or anything involved in doing that? And basically, it's being explained to me by both sides that all we need to do is make an adjustment to the service delivery, and we could do that with a 1-page addendum that references these, and may be able to identify others. I recognize that, but I will say this is the first time I heard of this, and which bothers me a little bit that it's the first time I've heard of it, but it's something that's been going on for a long, long time. But if that's something that's doable, I would like to put it on the next agenda to have an addendum filled out so that these people can go ahead and have a decrease in their fees, because there's no reason for them not to. So with that said, and Toss did look into it and verify that was the case, and he sent me a map of
They're currently outside of 5 miles. They're outside of a Rankin's 489 boundary, they're within 5 miles of the Goshen station. So this is one of the benefits that Goshen did provide, all of these particular
Well, it
houses.
will be a benefit if we do this.
Correct. That's
We can
correct.
make it a benefit.
That's correct. And it is receiving the benefit from the Goshen station. Station 8, which is what, 17? That's the other one that stops. It's in between Station 8 and
No, that's it.
Ladesi.
So for,
It should be
so for
noted.
God's sake, let's have a benefit out of that station.
It should be noted that this was identified, that this was identified years ago when Goshen Station was finishing construction.
And I heard of it 2 weeks ago from Rankin, the city of
And
Rankin.
the answer was, at that point, and what we just discussed at the last meeting that we had, was that they wanted to hold off until they got their ISO inspection.
Let me make a clear request as somebody that represents a district, or my district, and I don't know if they feel this way, that's up to them, but if staff is aware of something that will benefit my citizens financially, I want to be informed of it as soon as staff knows of it. So, maybe I'll leave and someone else will take my place, and I think the same thing should follow suit for them. If they come into office, they won't know what I know leaving. So when they come in, if there's something that is undone that hasn't benefited the citizens, that they need to be informed of it so they can advocate for that, because that's why we're elected. That's just for that. Okay, and then the second thing is, I had a citizen contact me about the possibility of wanting to know if we could consider our humane department being open on Saturday and closed on a weekday, like closing on Monday and get up on Saturday. So I wanted to know what everybody's thoughts on that.
It's open on Saturday morning till lunchtime.
Is it?
It was at one time.
We're talking about, it was at one time, come
I see you've been here so long, you remember that, but it's, no. Yes, not animal control, I call it humane, yes, yes.
We changed those hours several years ago when we approved the standard operating procedures for animal control earlier this year. We had amended those from 9 to 8:30 to 5, Monday through Friday. In the past, we experienced a sharp decline in the weekend, people that were using our services on the weekend, to where it was coming in for 1 to 2 dogs. We were doing much more during the week. It was much easier on scheduling and staffing to not do that. Corey, our new animal control director, has requested that we explore that option of opening. So that
Are the new directors also in favor?
he's looking into it.
Okay.
He was, this morning, he was in favor of some type of scheduled opening on Saturday instead of
It
opening
doesn't
every
make
Saturday.
sense that you have a lower time of things. That's something people typically would take care of when they're not at work, and typically they work Monday to Friday, so that's odd that they're taking off on the weekend.
We've done weekend hours twice since I've been here. They both started great, and then it just kind of tapers off into.
But would it be something that only the employees over there would have to deal with, so if the director's in favor and he can do it staff, and it's not necessarily an issue for us either way, is that correct?
I would imagine, and we bring that back to you in the form of changing those hours.
Okay, so as far as this citizen is concerned, should I just have her contact him and give information to him, and then if he ends up being inclined that he's not interested, she can come and speak before the board if she so chooses? Okay. Is that okay with everyone? Okay.
I think that would be, if he's investigating it,
Yeah.
he needs to hear it.
Yes, sounds good.
That would be good, you got some input.
Yes, give me his name again.
Corey Whitfield.
210.
210.
I'm sorry, you know, is that it?
It used to be open.
Say that again now?
2108.
2108.
Or first and third Saturday, or something like that.
Yeah, and that was actually my suggestion. We could advertise the heck out of it and say we're open on the first Saturday of the month, and then do like an adoption day there. He was thinking doing it twice a month and then rotating it, being first and third, second, fourth. I thought nobody would ever keep up with that. And the reason
They probably won't keep up with it the first and third, but then.
well, the reason he didn't want to open all 4 weekends is because we do adoption fairs and things like that on the weekends. So obviously we couldn't do something out of the office and staff the office 2 weekends out of the month. So then I suggested maybe we could do a quarter and do once a quarter that's open on the weekend and advertise the heck out of that. Or do an adoption drive on the third Saturday every month at our facility.
Sounds like he's got a good handle on it.
That's good. Okay, thank you. That's it.
First, I need to apologize to you because I've been going to tell you about my roads. You said you hadn't heard anything from anybody, so I'm one of those you haven't heard from. But I noticed the county has been taking care of the shoulder maintenance on Collick Helmick in the last week. Jones is a very high traffic road. It looks like, now this is not my expertise, but it looks like there was surface treatment put on that road at some point. Since that time, it's been cut across, there's been a pipe put under the road. We keep, I'm behind the patch truck on several occasions with pumping tar in the hole. That road looks like it's in desperate need of something, and I don't know what it's in need of, but looks like if we were going to be able to do something, we need to do it during the summer when school's not in. Is that?
Well, I can certainly add it to the list if that's what you would like. And I will take this opportunity to remind the board that we have approximately 2.1 million available out of 2.8 million without any repairs. That was estimated at 3.5 million. I'm now trying to come back and figure out what those repairs are going to be other than what I was originally given.
Where I'm getting to is, how do we keep roads like that from getting into worse disrepair? I mean, it's a very high traffic road, and we were fortunate that the state put that turnout there off of 17, but they came all the way back to the shoulder, and there's a spot there where that asphalt, so it keeps getting beat out into a hole. We need to do something with that, but I don't know if it's something that we can, and I don't know the cost of pumping tar and sending that truck out there over and over and over, but they'll be out there one day and we'll have a rain and it's just beat back out. It's getting so many holes in it. And Collikelmy, I'm going to go see if I can find where this pothole was, because I'm driving down that road every day. There's just one or two little sections of that road that's, I think if we could catch it now and fix those bad areas, I think we can salvage that road for a while.
We have lots of roads in exactly that same description.
Yeah.
And it gets exponential. You know, they fail, you know, and if you don't get on them, then you start getting them to replace rather than repair.
Yeah.
You know.
I mean, there's one
directly related to money.
I know.
What we're trying to do with that, and this is going to evolve over the next couple of months, y'all see this brought to y'all for either approval or disapproval, is, if you recall, we recently surplus some equipment. You know, we generated some revenue off of that, but we anticipate or would like to repurchase equipment for that particular need. Not patch truck, a small road, a small distributor that we can actually do patch jobs that are 10 foot wide, you know, 100 foot long, that we can actually do, you know, more paving than we can with just a street and shovel, and it rides like a wagon trail when we do that. And then what we have to look at is, obviously that comes with a cost. It comes with a cost of the actual asphalt, it comes with the cost of the people, and what we're trying to play with is this roadside mowing. We're hoping that that'll come in lower, save a little bit of money. Maybe we can do a little adjustment in staff to where we can then dedicate some people to more paved road maintenance, because we don't do it right now. We don't, and you're right. What happens is we let something go, and a little problem becomes a big problem, and then we've got these $3.5 million worth of full depth, you know, patch jobs.
Log Landing Road to the bridge is a perfect example of that. When we put the decel lane in a couple of years ago there at Log Landing Road 21, the section from 21 to the bridge needed some attention. I mean, it was like, now it is just about gone. You know, but you're on the right track. I don't know about the 100-foot sections with Coworth guys, but you know, one of the problems is that daggone patch truck. You know, if you do have a roller that's portable, a wheel kit or one on a trailer or whatever, and do actual patching instead of this patch truck, the patch truck is good for that pothole. That it's an emergency, and you get out there and put something in it, but then that stuff needs to be dug out and hot asphalt put in place. That's what stops some of this patching and potholes.
And that's what we're trying our best to get to. And part of the problem is, honestly, it sounds like an excuse, but it's true, we really don't have the equipment to do it. There's only so much we can do with a hand tamp and shovels, or else it rides so rough, you know, when you do that, it's a problem in the road. So the sale generated enough revenue that we believe we can purchase this equipment back, you know, within those dollars without any extra money coming from the county. We just have to work out the staffing part of it, and then actually get people with that mindset, you know, they do it the right way, they cut the thing out. If it requires GAB, you put it in, it needs to be mucked, you know, whatever it takes, instead of just shooting tar and pebbles in there and fixing it. So that's what we're trying to do.
I know Brandon knows what to do.
Yeah, they do. I mean, and it's just a matter of gearing over towards doing some of that. So we're hoping to do that through the budget process. That's one of the direct responses of the roadside mowing. That's what we're hoping to liberate some people out of, and still keep our cost of
That mention, I see how that comes out, because when Pula did that, they wound up, the cost was lower than their labor cost. The contract price was lower than what they had been paying in labor a year.
Well, and what I'll say is we looked at this several months ago, and I did it on a sheet of paper just like this that's still laid on my desk. That's how detailed I got with it. And we took our labor costs and I came up with them, and I basically had Bullock County and Camden County had just bid theirs. It was basically this time last year, so it was almost a year ago. And when I looked at it, I said, we can't do this, you know, our costs are cheaper. Well, when Fiona put it back out to bid, she was asking a simple question, what do you think the value of this contract is? And I said, well, I don't know, take theirs and extrapolate by the lane miles. And when we did it, apparently, the issue was the amount of lane miles that we had, I had way wrong. It was like a quarter of what we were doing. So when you actually have the lane miles, I believe this is going to be less than our labor costs. Based on what Bullock Camden did, it appears this is going to be less than what our labor costs did.
I believe that's going to be okay.
And I do too, I believe it is, so I think we can reshuffle some things in there. And of course, that's up to y'all, you know, that comes through the budget.
Those are the kind of things we need to continue looking at. I believe that's going to come out good.
So I digress, I agree, it's 100%, that's been something that's bugging me for a while. We gotta get away from this patch truck and get to a more permanent method of doing so, where we can start fixing some of those. Where a lot of landing could have been fixed by us up front, not this massive repair we're about to do. And it is included in paid roads, by the way, to get that section.
I was just mentioning those.
The other two, Mr. Ford, you had mentioned was Conway and Meldrum. And Jerry went out and looked at it, and it's made, I won't say it's sound right, improper, but his opinion was they were okay maintenance-wise. And I'm saying that you got to understand, with the spectrum of the other roads that we're looking at, that's what we deem to be okay. So if you want, we can stick them in there, but.
That's just the only one that I can find.
Okay. And we're going to.
Maybe some passion, I don't know, I'm just addressing it for citizens.
Understand. And I will say this, we've talked about the dollars, all that being said, these are pretty much all roads that should have been done 5 years ago. I mean, we're just behind on our maintenance and funding, and everybody is. I mean, that's just low depression, so recession, excuse me. But
it's kind of like the analogy, if you don't change the oil, you don't want to change the engine.
maybe now, maybe like risk, you're gonna pay me. It's all or engine.
Nothing else?
That's what my daddy always told me.
I'm told we need an executive session.
Yes, sir.
And a motion for such.
Make a motion to go into executive session when we discuss personnel property and pending litigation.
Motion on the second. All in favor?
Aye.
None opposed, we stand adjourned into. Before you is the executive session minutes for February 11, 2014. Any corrections or additions?
We have 2 sets of minutes.
Yes.
We need to separate those, please. Because
That's
my
one of them, February 11th. That's the one I was asking for. I'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion to approve the February
11.
date, February 11th, yeah, from executive session.
Second.
A motion and a second to approve the executive session minutes for February 11th. All in favor? Any opposed?
This is the one I missed, I believe.
Yes.
Right? And so I'll
Yeah.
Okay. Next item is the approval of executive session minutes for February 18th, 2014. Any additions or corrections? I'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion to approve February 18th, 2014 executive session.
Second.
Motion and a second to approve the February 18th, 2014 executive session minutes. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?